Chapter 1469. Delicious, truly delicious. Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan quickly finished eating, but they still hadn't had their fill. They couldn't help but look at the restricted Qiu Li again. When Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan stared at him, the restricted Qiu Li's scales stood on end, his beast soul trembled, and his hair stood on end. He was afraid that Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan would cut off a few more pieces of his flesh. But in the end, Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuan restrained themselves and didn't touch Qiu Li again. After all, Qiu Li's flesh was the flesh of a peak great domain realm beast from the beast region. The energy contained in a small piece of such flesh was unimaginable to ordinary people. Of course, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream for ordinary people to want to eat horned dragon flesh. But now, Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, Mu Ruobai, and the mysterious Flood Dragon King had all eaten it. So, under the cover of night, they began to meditate and refine the enormous energy contained in the horned dragon flesh. Although Yi Piaoling, Mu Ruobai, and the others were humans, they couldn't cultivate the golden-winged rock cultivation technique like Du Xiaofu and could absorb as much energy from the flesh and blood as the demonic beasts could. However, they could still absorb the energy from the flesh and blood of the demonic beasts with their own cultivation techniques. Even a small piece of horned dragon flesh at the peak of the great domain realm was incomparably large for Yi Piaoling, Mu Ruobai, and Qian Guyu. So, as everyone sat down cross-legged, they immediately filled the air with radiance. Du Xiaofu didn't immediately meditate. Instead, he asked 5th Elder Jialo Yuan to release Qiu Li's voice restriction. He asked why Qiu Li had ambushed him along the way and why he was sent by Spirit Heaven Valley. I am Spirit Heaven Valley's consecrated elder. Who in Spirit Heaven Valley can order me around? Qiu Li sneered. He couldn't escape this calamity anyway. His eyes were cold, fierce, and resentful. Be honest. No matter how weak Spirit Heaven Valley is, there should still be people who can suppress you. Could it be that the old man in Spirit Heaven Valley has awakened? Did he order you around? Elder Jialo Yi frowned slightly, as if he knew some secrets of Spirit Heaven Valley. Jijia, what do you want to know? Jialo Yi, Jialo Yuan, your golden-winged great rocks shouldn't be so arrogant. Be careful not to provoke the entire central continent. Your golden-winged great rocks will definitely be in trouble. We dragons will definitely not let your clan off. The horned dragon seemed to have decided to throw caution to the wind. The other party seemed to have a favor to ask of him and wanted to know more about the situation. That way, he might have a chance of survival. Io, a little worm dares to threaten me. Jialo Yuan had a violent temper. He immediately kicked Qiu Li, causing Qiu Li to scream miserably. Speak. Who told you to come? You want to bring me to Spirit Heaven Valley? Could it be that you have some business with me? Du Xiaofu asked Qiu Li. Someone who couldn't order Qiu Li around in Spirit Heaven Valley was definitely a terrifying existence. Recently, Du Xiaofu had been listening to 5th Elder Jialo Yuan and 4th Elder Jialo Ye's conversations. It seemed like all the major forces in Kyushu had their own hidden trump cards. Some of them had chosen to hibernate and wait for their revival. Some of them had lived for a very long time but had always been in seclusion. They might not even come out for thousands of years. Those people were undoubtedly terrifying existences. Even Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuan had to be cautious. Jijia, brat, do you have a favor to ask of me? Let me go and I might consider telling you what you want to know. Otherwise, I won't say it even if I die. Qiu Li sneered. He had to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. You don't want to talk. It doesn't matter. Even if Spirit Heaven Valley really came to assassinate me, so what? It won't be long before the blood debt is completely settled. Du Xiaofu said without any disappointment. It didn't matter if Spirit Heaven Valley sent someone to assassinate him or not. It wouldn't be long before everything was settled. What happened next was beyond Xiao Li's imagination. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Du Xiaofu didn't ask anything. He didn't know why, but before he could recover, he was thrown into a strange space. Xiao Li was still restrained by Elder Jialo Yuantu and couldn't move at all. However, he immediately felt a terrifying aura in this space that made his beast soul palpitate. Crackle, immediately, purple thunderclouds gathered in that strange space. Then, purple lightning bolts fell like angry dragons. The lightning was destructive, and the pressure was surging. Rumble, not long after, Xiao Li's body was bombarded by countless purple lightning bolts. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn apart. It was a horrible sight. Miserable howls and roars came from his mouth. In the valley, Du Xiaofu was no exception. After throwing Xiao Li into the purple lightning profound cauldron in the desolate ancient space, he felt the enormous energy from the horned dragon's flesh that he had just swallowed spread throughout his body. He began to devour and absorb it. Circulating the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he turned the energy of the horned dragon's flesh into profound energy and gathered it in the god's watchtower. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's god's watchtower nourished many things. There was the Great Rock's golden wings, the purple gold heavenly watchtower, etc. However, the pulse soul was missing. After the pulse soul and the primordial spirit merged into one, it occupied the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian in his mind's Naiwan palace. As his profound energy increased, Du Xiaofu could feel that his martial Dao and talisman Dao had also increased at the same time. After circulating the mysterious cultivation method that the Du family obtained, it could directly increase the power of the primordial spirit. The two did not conflict, but they were closely connected. Du Xiaofu knew that after his primordial spirit and the pulse soul merged into one, some special changes had occurred. However, for now, this special change did not have any side effects or harm. Du Xiaofu began to accept this fact. He prayed in his heart, hoping that it would not affect his cultivation in the future. After a moment, a golden light enveloped Du Xiaofu's body, and his absorption of energy increased. With the 4th Elder Jialo Yi and the 5th Elder Jialo Yuantu around, Du Xiaofu could cultivate without worry. Boom, at dawn, powerful fluctuations came from the valley. After absorbing the horned dragon's flesh, many people began to break through. Some even broke through consecutively, and their cultivation increased by another level. I broke through again. I broke through too. The horned dragon's flesh is really a treasure. Laughter reverberated in the air. Quite a few people exclaimed in joy because they had successfully broken through. Those who did not break through directly also improved greatly. It would not be long before they could break through again. It's done too. Early in the morning, after Du Xiaofu stopped his breathing and adjusted his breath, 2 figures came out of the desolate space between his eyebrows. One of them was a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His eyes were like black flames, and there were faint golden fluctuations in them. He had a sturdy and muscular body, and 2 small horns on his forehead. The other was a beautiful woman. Her delicate body exuded a kind of vigorous gentleness. Her light blue long hair shone so brightly that it could reflect one's appearance. Under the tight blue armor, her body was seductive and curvy. Her curves were alluring, and she looked like a blue fairy. The two were Scarlet Rock and Blue Fantasy, who had just finished receiving the inheritance in the Heavenly Beast Hall. They had entered the Heavenly Beast Hall a long time ago, but the time it took for them to receive the inheritance was much longer than the mysterious Dragon King and the silver-winged demonic condor. They seemed to have gained a lot of benefits. Their auras had skyrocketed, and their cultivation had greatly improved. Brother Xiaofu. Scarlet Rock was very happy to see Du Xiaofu. Blue Fantasy. Looking at that extremely beautiful woman with an otherworldly aura, little Tiger Du's pitch-black eyes trembled. It was as though something invisible had gently tugged at the heartstrings of a peerless ferocious tiger. Are you okay? Blue Fantasy came before little Tiger Do. She did not hesitate. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were bright and clear, exuding a sense of nobility. Under the armor, her figure was curvaceous, and her waist was tight, as though she was seductive. I'm okay. After a long while, little Tiger squeezed out 3 words, causing Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao to laugh secretly. To think that this ferocious tiger would have such a side to him. Ha! Let's go back to Stone City first. Du Xiaofu laughed heartily. By now, the sky was bright. After packing up, the group of people disappeared from the valley. On this day, on the banks of the Middle Continent's long river, outside of the millions of mountains, a huge rock fell from the sky, landing on the highest peak of the Middle Continent's long river. On it, there was a golden, slay word, shining brightly. Some people recognized that it was the original huge rock that stood in front of the Xianming sect, which was later plucked away by Du Xiaofu. Now that the huge rock had landed here, it was clear that the desolate country's world society was using this as a warning. Those who offended the desolate country's world society would be slain no matter how far away they were. There was probably no one who couldn't sense the meaning behind the word, punish. A few days later, within the desolate country's stone city, in front of the palace, there was a huge pavilion. On top of the pavilion, there was a plaque with the words Middle Continent's First Pavilion written on it. There were a total of 7 floors in the pavilion. It was rumored that the 6th floor held the names of all the desolate country's disciples, world society's disciples, and heavenly beast hall's beasts. There were even names of the fallen allies of the ancient heaven sect and the mysterious talisman sect. On the 7th floor of the pavilion, there were portraits of the top experts who had fallen to protect the nether border on the Middle Continent's long river. As for the 1st to 5th floors of the Middle Continent's first pavilion, there were large amounts of cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, formations, martial techniques, mystic bones, and so on. These cultivation resources came from the Xianming sect, the Xiandu Gate, the Huijian sect, and the Immeasurable sect. Those with good eyesight would recognize that the Middle Continent's first pavilion was built by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, using wood collected from the many pavilions and halls in the Xianming sect. From the 10th of August to the 19th of August, Xiaoyu only updated twice a day because of his driving practice. From the 20th of August to the 31st of August, Xiaoyu updated a total of 42 chapters. There were 9 chapters before that, so there are still 33 chapters left. During these 2 days, he also practiced driving and took the test 3 times a day. Even if he didn't update 9 times to make up for his debt, Xiaoyu still updated 3 times a day on average. On the 31st of August, he took the test for his driving license, went to work, and even went back to his hometown at the beginning of the month. Xiaoyu updated a total of nearly 300,000 words, which was equivalent to an average of 3 times a day. Xiaoyu felt that he wasn't working hard enough, so he didn't ask for flowers after he updated at the beginning of the month. However, Xiaoyu felt that he wasn't slacking off with this update number. The haters didn't need to criticize him. He also wanted to update more every day and earn more money. If I slacked off, it would be equivalent to me earning less money. Thank you for being more anxious than me. Thank you for worrying about me. It's 3 a.m. now and I still have to go to the driving school to practice before 7 a.m. tomorrow. I have to squeeze in all the time I have to sleep. I hope that readers can forgive me for the unstable situation. As for writing, Xiaoyu has been working hard. August has already passed. Thank you to all the readers who have supported me along the way. You have tolerated me for another month. Thank you. Chapter 1470. The most obvious thing was the dazzling golden roof of the first pagoda of the central continent. It was obviously brought here by Du Xiaofu from the Immeasurable sect. Countless people had seen it with their own eyes, so it was definitely not fake. In front of the central continent's first pavilion, there were 2 towering stone pillars that reached into the clouds. They were inscribed with runes, and the shadows of ferocious birds and strange beasts were emitting radiance. Vigorous auras fluctuated, carrying the vicissitudes of thousands of years. These were also the pillars that Du Xiaofu had pulled out from outside the main hall of the Xiandu Gate and carried away. Using the materials taken from the 4 mountain gates to build a tower, placing the cultivation resources plundered from the 4 mountain gates in the tower, placing them in the stone city. Such a tower was indeed worthy of being called the #1 tower in Central State. In the entire central continent, there was absolutely no other building with such a history. As long as the disciples of the stone city met the requirements, they would be able to enter the first pagoda of the Central State to comprehend the martial skills and secret bones within. The appearance of the Central State's first pagoda and its origins were spread out. The entire desolate country was in an uproar. During this period of time, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's trip to the Xianming sect and the Xiandu Gate had spread throughout the central region and the desolate country. At this moment, the Central State's first pavilion was erected in the stone city. The meaning of this was self-evident. This is the price that the Xianming sect, Xiandu Gate, Huijian sect, and immeasurable cult have to pay for offending my desolate country's world summit. Central State's first tower, warn everyone. Those who offend my desolate country will have to bear the consequences. There was an elder who stood in front of Central State's first pavilion. Tears streamed down his face, and he was emotionally moved. He was born and raised in Stone City. Stone City was originally a small border city, but now, it stood tall in Central State. He had accompanied it along the way, watching as Stone City faced dangers without falling. Now, it was so powerful. I am a disciple of the Huang country, who dares to offend my Shui border. In front of Central State's first pavilion, there were a group of youths. Their fists were clenched and their eyes were blazing. News of the appearance of the Central Plains' first pavilion in the Stone City spread across the entire Central Plains. Its origin caused an uproar wherever the news passed. Those who lived close to it, even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, would still head over to take a look. Time slowly passed. The entire Central Plains fell into a short period of silence. However, under this silence, everyone felt an oppressive feeling like a storm was about to come. Ever since Du Xiaofu had left, the mysterious underworld sect and the Xiandu Gate hadn't heard any more news. It was as if they had all fallen silent. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luan sect, the profound underworld sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Great Luan sect will form the Heavenly Alliance of Zhong Province to benefit Zhong Province and advance and retreat together. We welcome all the major powers of Kyushu to come up the mountain and watch the ceremony. Suddenly, news spread from the Great Luan sect to Kyushu. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Demon King Du Xiaofu will also go to the Great Luan sect. The Great Luan sect, the profound underworld sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley will form the Heavenly Alliance of Zhong Province. Not only the Central Plains, but they will also invite all the major powers of Kyushu to watch the ceremony. This is clearly to deal with the Demon King Du Xiaofu, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect. Dongli Chihuang's Nirvana sovereign must be using this opportunity to make his name known throughout Kyushu. The Nirvana sovereign is a rare occurrence. Dongli Chihuang's actions seem to show that he doesn't put the Demon King Du Xiaofu in his eyes. Instead, he wants to use this opportunity to use the Demon King Du Xiaofu to make his name known throughout Kyushu. From the looks of it, Dongli Chihuang is absolutely confident that he can defeat the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The Nirvana sovereign is definitely extraordinary. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is very strong, but if he meets a Nirvana sovereign, I'm afraid he won't be enough. Rumor has it that the Demon King Du Xiaofu should have reached the initial stage of the martial domain realm. His cultivation speed is so fast, it's really abnormal. Initial stage of the martial domain realm, I'm afraid he won't be enough to deal with Dongli Chihuang. It's rumored that a Nirvana sovereign can sweep through his peers and suppress all the geniuses. From the looks of it, it's not just the Central Plains that will change. The entire Kyushu will be implicated this time. There were many discussions in the Central Plains. Dongli Chihuang's strength made the people in the Central Plains, who were originally undecided and unable to come to a conclusion, lean toward Dongli Chihuang. The legendary Nirvana sovereign was simply too dazzling. What a great first pavilion of the Central Plains. The higher you stand, the harder I'll make you fall. The 8th day of the 8th month is almost here. You won't be able to jump around for long. Above the Great Will sect, the sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was like blood. Dongli Chihuang looked ahead, and a cold intent flashed in his eyes. Holy Sun, the immeasurable sect, the profound underworld sect, the Xiandu Gate, and the intelligent sword sect have already replied. An old man stood behind Dongli Chihuang with a respectful expression. Are they still unwilling to join the heavenly alliance of the Central Plains? Dongli Chihuang asked indifferently as he raised his brows. The Holy Sun can predict the future. Those 4 sects replied very tactfully. They agreed to come and observe the ceremony, meaning that they will not join the heavenly alliance of the Central Plains for the time being. The old man said, however, many small and medium-sized factions are very enthusiastic. They are already willing to join the heavenly alliance of the Central Plains. Humph. Hearing this, Dongli Chihuang snorted coldly. His eyes were gloomy as he said, it seems that the immeasurable sect has been scared out of their wits by Du Xiaofu. They are not as good as they used to be. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, rumor has it that when Du Xiaofu went to the 4 mountain sects, he brought 2 mysterious experts with him. His strength was extraordinary, and the 4 mountain sects were afraid of him. Since Du Xiaofu dares to go to those 4 sects, he must have something to rely on. Dongli Chihuang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Du Xiaofu, is this what you rely on? It's a pity that no matter who is supporting you this time, you won't be able to make a comeback. Holy Sun, there's one more thing. The old man looked up at Dongli Chihuang and said, the Divine Light Court sent news that Xingnan will come to the Great Will sect on the 7th day of the 8th month. Xingnan will come on the 7th day of the 8th month. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's cold eyes instantly surged with a smile when she heard this. Roar. On a certain day, at the border of the desolate country, the roars of beasts were like thunder. Countless demonic beasts were entrenched in the sky and on the ground, and a dense army towered over the mountains. Let's go. In mid-air, Du Yunlong waved his hand. His cloud robe fluttered, and the army leaped onto the flying demonic beasts. Immediately, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Wherever they passed, the wind and clouds surged. At the same time, at the border of the ancient heaven sect, countless soldiers covered the sky. Their auras were sharp, and the roars of beasts were heard. Let's go. Shenling said. His voice reverberated through the wilderness. The army moved horizontally. Wherever they passed, the earth shook, and the sky changed color. At the border of the profound talisman sect, the Black Army covered the sky and covered the earth. Let's go. Someone ordered. The army of the profound talisman sect passed through like locusts, covering the mountains and rivers. The 8th day of the 8th month is almost here. The actions of the major forces were undoubtedly a declaration to the outside world. The desolate country, the ancient heaven sect, and the profound talisman sect had already begun to move toward the great Luan sect. The entire middle ground was in an uproar. Everyone knew that a war that would completely change the situation of the middle ground was about to begin. The desolate country, the ancient heaven sect, and the profound talisman sect had clearly teamed up. The Great Luan sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley had once again formed the heavenly alliance of the middle ground. They had declared that they would advance and retreat together. No one could say for sure who would emerge victorious in this war. The reincarnation of the saint of the Great Luan sect, Dongli Chihuang, had shaken the entire middle ground. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, had never been defeated among his peers. This time, he had directly charged into the four major forces, including the immeasurable sect. He had crippled the initial martial domain realm with one move and defeated the territorial lord Jian Hong with one sword move. He had proven to the middle ground that he was still powerful and domineering after his return. One was the ruler of the desolate country, the Rock Emperor, and the famous Demon King, Du Xiaofu of Kyushu. The other was the reincarnation of the saint of the Great Luan sect, the representative of the Evil Purifying Alliance. The entire middle ground was watching. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the reincarnation of the saint of the Great Luan sect, Dongli Qi Huang, were bound to fight. Their victory or defeat might be enough to affect the outcome of the war. The war enveloped the middle ground, making everyone tremble and look forward to it. In the misty space, Du Xiaofu was enveloped in a golden radiance. The mysterious runes on the talisman fluctuated, as if there was an illusion of a golden-winged rock flapping its wings and soaring into the sky behind him. It was unknown where the energy of heaven and earth came from. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and immersed himself in a state of comprehension. After returning to the stone city, Du Xiaofu recalled his gains from the profound underworld sect, the Xiandu Gate, the intelligent sword sect, and the immeasurable sect. He comprehended some of the gains from observing the various major forces. What is extermination? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Golden light flickered like a rock looking down on the world. Silver-yellow arcs wreaked havoc, filling the air with the aura of a supreme being. Then, everything became silent. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes again. The mysterious runes on the golden talisman behind him fluctuated, mysterious and tyrannical. On the 6th day of the 8th month, the sky had just broken. A few scattered stars were scattered in the light blue sky. The autumn waters were rustling, and the mountains were covered in red maple leaves. The morning sun jumped out of the Savage Beast mountain range and pierced through the muslin clouds. It revealed an incomparable sharpness, piercing through the misty stone city. Unknowingly, the distant mountains of the Savage Beast mountain range became clear, and the faint roars of wild beasts could be heard. Boom! When Du Xiaofu came out of the ancient desolate space and walked out of the secret room, many familiar figures were already waiting there. Grandpa Xie, Brother Qing Chun, Elder Yao, First Uncle, Second Uncle. Du Xiaofu greeted them. In front of him were the most important people. It's about time. The army has already set out for several days. We should also set out. Zhen Qingchun spoke. Her eyes were filled with charm. Dongli Qi Huang sent out a message. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luan sect, the mysterious underworld sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Great Luan sect will form an alliance. All the major forces of Kyushu will be invited to attend the ceremony. Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu and said, the Great Luan sect has already invited the immeasurable sect, the mysterious underworld sect, the intelligent sword sect, the Xiandu Gate, and even the major forces of Kyushu to attend the ceremony. They should want to officially inform Kyushu that their sovereign has undergone nirvana. Is that so? Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't care too much. How dare you be so arrogant after undergoing nirvana? Who do you think you are? That Dongli Qi Huang wants to defeat you in front of the entire Kyushu. Du Xiaoyao's golden eyes were filled with disdain. She curled her lips and said to Du Xiaofu, why don't you hand that guy over to me? I'll let him know what it means to undergo nirvana. Du Xiaofu only smiled and looked at the people around him. Then, he looked forward. Who? Suddenly, a faint baleful aura spread out. A graceful figure appeared. Her bright red silk dress dragged on the ground. Her beautiful figure was extremely seductive. It was Phantom. Chapter 1471. The Blood Vine has sent back news that the evil spirits are gathering at the Dark Een Mountain. They plan to enter Stone City on the 8th day of the 8th month. Her voice was soft and seductive, but at this moment, Mei Ling's face that was as elegant as a budding lotus flower was cold and terrifying, and her eyes were suffused with blood-red waves. They want to come to Stone City. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness and his purple robe shook violently. Where did those evil spirits come from? Looks like we have to clean them up first, but I'm afraid it will delay the Great Luan sect. Zhen Qingchun frowned slightly. The Great Luan sect was not near, and if they went to the Dark Yin Mountain to clean up the evil spirits, it would delay a lot of time. I will go to the Dark Yin Mountain alone. The rest of you will go to the Great Luan sect. I will meet up with everyone there. Du Xiaofu said. He had made up his mind, and a faint aura spread out. It was as if the invisible energy of heaven and earth was fluctuating. Zhen Qingchun, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Du Zhenwu, Xie Tianhong and the others did not say anything. Looking at the purple-robed youth in front of them, they could still clearly remember the young man in front of them. He had been through countless hardships and was even buried in the yellow soil. In the end, he broke out of the soil and was miraculously reborn. That scene was still vivid in everyone's minds, as if it had happened yesterday. At this moment, the young man in front of him had already worn away his youthfulness. On his resolute and determined face, wherever his clear eyes looked, he was like a supreme being that made people submit to him. In just a few years, the purple-robed youth in front of them had become a dragon soaring into the sky and a great rock spreading its wings. Today, he could already lead an army to the Great Luan sect. Do you want me to go with you? Zhen Qingchun didn't say anything. He looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him. He hadn't forgotten what had happened back then, but at this moment, the formless aura coming from the young man in front of him made him tremble slightly. I will ask the fourth elder to go with me. The others will need Brother Qingchun and the fifth elder to lead them. Du Xiaofu said. For this trip to the Great Luan sect, all the experts from the Stone City had come. In order to avoid any accidents, Du Xiaofu could only be at ease with the fifth elder around. After all, not long ago, he was ambushed by Qiu Li of Spirit Heaven Valley. Xiaofu, be careful on the road. It was the former city lord of Stone City, Yi Baolin. He was also the current city lord of Stone City. This time, he wanted to stay in Stone City. Stone City also needed someone to stay. Looking at the young man in front of him, Yi Baolin smiled. He was glad that he had made the decision back then. Today, the Yi clan was no longer the same as before. They were so powerful that they could no longer be compared to before. They would always be the Du clan's ally. However, at this moment, Yi Baolin also had a trace of regret in his heart as he looked at his beloved daughter who stood quietly not far from Du Xiaofu. She was the most brilliant descendant of the Yi clan, and also the apple of his eye and the flesh of his heart. However, at this moment, compared to Ouyang Shuang and the others by Du Xiaofu's side, although Yi Zijin's brilliance was not the slightest bit inferior, she could not suppress the crowd. There was also Zhu Shui from the Profound Talisman sect and Sima Muhan from the Ancient Heaven sect. Yi Baolin had heard of these people before. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Baolin secretly thought that if he had made his move earlier while this young man's father, Du Tingxian, was still in Stone City, with his relationship with Du Tingxian, he would have had an 80% chance. Perhaps now, this brat would have changed his way of addressing him. I'll leave Stone City to everyone. As Yi Baolin thought to himself, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and nodded. After speaking, he immediately flew out. When Du Xiaofu appeared outside the Du clan, there were already many figures in the air. The experts from the World Society, Du clan, and Desolate Country all soared into the air and hovered in the air. Their auras froze the surroundings, and the vast aura caused the clouds to move. Greetings, Palace Lord. Greetings, President. Respectful voices could be heard one after another as familiar figures appeared in midair. Du Xiaofu looked at the familiar figures in the air. Yi Piaoling, Mysterious Dragon King, Guqin Demon Shangguan Qi Xian were all present. Du Hao, Du Shui, and the rest had also returned from the Ancient Heaven sect. Even Guzong, Gu Zhongyu, Xiao Yingmeng, Judge Hao and the rest had returned from the ancient Heaven Sect's World Society. There were also familiar figures from Tianwu Academy. The general, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao, and the rest were all present. The younger generation of the Du clan were like dragons and phoenixes among men. They could stand shoulder to shoulder with any of their peers. There were faint arcs of electricity in the air. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. The barren country's elites were all present for this trip to the Great Luan sect. There were many martial honorables in the barren country's world society, but there weren't many martial domain realms. However, with his big brother, Zhen Qingchun, and a puppet that was comparable to a domain realm martial spirit, he had quite a number of Gujiao, Sky Moon Poison Spider, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoqin. Most importantly, he had the fourth elder and the fifth elder by his side. They were his greatest support. TSK. Just as Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, the aura above the stone city fluctuated. Many figures flew through the air, and powerful auras spread out. Two figures were in the lead, and they were like two bright suns in the sky. Greetings, young palace lord. Someone bowed. It was a group of extraordinary young men and women. They were familiar figures. They were Lin Weiqi, Tao Yu, Wu Ma Sheng, Dong Lijiao, Sun Tian, Yu Bai, and the rest. They were the disciples that had been sent away from the Seven-Star Hall. It seems that we are not late this time. Two figures descended from the sky. It was a man and a woman. The man smiled. He looked to be in his 40s, and his facial features were like a sculpture. His long purple hair fluttered slightly as he landed beside Du Xiaofu. The man's purple patterned robe fluttered, and he exuded a noble aura that was enough to make thousands of beasts tremble. He was the palace lord of the Mizang Hall, Zi Tianzuan. Greetings, sixth uncle and second uncle. Du Xiaofu bowed. After returning to the Stone City, he had learned that his second uncle and sixth uncle had come to the Stone City. There were still disciples of the Seven-Star Hall who had hidden away from the pursuit of the devil religion and the divine light court. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Xianzi spoke. She was dressed in a green palace dress, and was untainted by the mortal world. Once the matter of the Great Will sect is settled, the debt of blood of the Seven-Star Hall will be repaid with blood. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had never intended to let the divine light court go. He could feel the aura of his second uncle and sixth uncle beside him. They had successfully broken through to the 9-star Spirit Talisman Master and Martial Domain Realm. I heard that you joined the immeasurable sect and didn't disgrace your master. Zi Tianzuan patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and looked at the towering building not far away. Is that the first tower of the Central State? Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't speak. Are you going to the Great Will sect? Let's go together with the Seven-Star Hall. It's time to tell the world that the Seven-Star Hall still exists in this world. Yu Xianzi said softly. There wasn't much aura emanating from her body, but it made people feel as if they were looking at the vast universe. It was unfathomable and made people's souls throb. Then let's go. A moment later, Du Xiaofu looked at the people around him and nodded slightly. He waved his purple robe and his figure flew into the air. Boom! In an instant, the entire stone city trembled, and many powerful auras surged. Let's go! One figure after another flew into the air, followed by many experts. They flew across the stone city. Wait for the Rock Emperor's triumphant return. Inside and outside the stone city, countless people knelt down. Their voices were monstrous and resounded through the clouds. Chapter 1472. At the same time, many experts gathered at the ancient heaven sect. Let's go. Silhouettes flew out and their target was the Great Will sect. Early in the morning, at the Profound Talisman sect. Girl, once we go, there is no turning back. If we fail, the entire Profound Talisman sect will have to pay a huge price, and may not be able to recover. That Du Xiaofu is not bad, but this time, it is too important. On the mountain peak, an elder in his 50s looked at Zhu Shui. He was not handsome, but his temperament was like that of a king. Godfather, I am his friend, but I am also a disciple of the profound talisman sect. I trust my instincts. Zhu Shui looked up. She was beautiful, and her eyes were firm. She had always insisted on her choice. I persuaded many elders who were against it, and also alerted the ancestors. That was how I got this chance. I hope you will not make the wrong choice. The elder said. He was the sect leader of the profound talisman sect, Nanli Hun. During the battle at the Central Region's Long River, he had also come to the Central Region's Long River. Thank you, Godfather. Zhu Shui smiled. Her godfather had always protected her in the profound talisman sect. Otherwise, she would not have been able to hold such great power. I trust him. He has never been defeated before. This time, Dongli Qihuang was not able to defeat him, not even a Nirvana sovereign. Zhu Shui looked into the distance and murmured. Swoosh swoosh, after a while, under the morning sun, many experts flew out from the profound talisman sect. Their target was also the Great Luan sect. A storm was coming, and the shadow of the war shone on the central region. The Dark Moon Mountain was the closest place to the desolate country. It was cold all year round, and the mountain range was vast. There were no demonic beasts and few living creatures. The entire vast Dark Eam Mountain didn't have much spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Therefore, there weren't any spiritual herbs or treasures of heaven and earth appearing in the Dark Eam Mountain. Adventurers wouldn't enter all year round. Rumor had it that the Dark Moon Mountain had a history. A long time ago, this place was an ancient battlefield. An expert destroyed everything and plundered all life. After countless years, this place became a cold place. The mountain range was bare and covered with green rocks. Few trees could be seen. The sky was shrouded in fog all year round. The dark Nether Mountain was completely silent. It was deathly silent. Whoosh whoosh, in this quiet mountain range, a couple of rushing wind sounds were suddenly transmitted from the distance. A couple of figures rushed over from the distant sky. After a couple of flashes, they appeared in the air. We're here. Phantom landed on the ground and looked ahead. Her eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Her bright red dress was particularly dazzling in this deathly silent mountain range. So this is the Dark Moon Mountain. Du Xiaofu stared at the mountain range in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the deathly stillness made him feel uncomfortable. Behind Du Xiaofu were Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and Elder Jialoi. This time, only the 8 of them came to the dark Nether Mountain. It does seem a little abnormal. As soon as Ouyang Shuang landed, she seemed to have sensed something and frowned slightly. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised when he heard this. He looked at Ouyang Shuang in surprise. The Bai and Sword on me sensed that this place is abnormal. Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the Bai and Sword in the God's Watchtower was buzzing, proving that the nearby mountain range was abnormal. Du Xiaofu was still a little surprised. At this moment, the purple lightning profound cauldron in the God's Watchtower also sensed an abnormal fluctuation. The source was the Dark Moon Mountain in front of them. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had also locked on to the source. It did not come from his primordial spirit or the purple lightning profound cauldron, but from a soul imprint that was left in the blood-vine spirit. It's in front. Du Xiaofu spoke, and his figure flashed forward. A moment later, in the valley where clouds gathered, there was a huge abyss. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and the aura made people tremble. There seems to be something evil. Elder Jialoi spoke as he looked down at the abyss. As a golden-winged rock, it was easy for him to sense evil things. Moreover, with Elder Jialoi's cultivation and strength, nothing in the vicinity could escape his prying eyes. Swish, suddenly, there was a fluctuation of aura in the abyss, and it was extremely cold. "Be careful," Ouyang Shuang said, ready for battle. Yi Zijin was also ready, and her delicate body was tense. Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others did not care too much, but the aura on their bodies also began to fluctuate. Swish, in a short moment, a blood-black figure suddenly fell from the abyss, and an extremely powerful and cold aura fluctuated. In an instant, the figure was filled with a murderous aura. He immediately landed in front of Du Xiaofu and bowed. "Greetings, third young master." The newcomer was the blood vine spirit. His hair was like a small black python, and he had taken human form. His eyes were blood-red and frightening, but when he saw Du Xiaofu, his eyes were immediately filled with joy. "Did he find you?" Du Xiaofu asked, staring at the abyss. There was a terrifying murderous aura surging from the abyss. "I just found out. The leader is called the Blood Soul, and he is very strong. He has recently reached the Nirvana Demon Venerable level, and I can't do anything to him." The Blood Vine Spirit spoke, and his blood-red eyes trembled. He clenched his fists, and his hair fluttered like countless pythons spitting out their tongues. He said coldly, "The soul evil and the beast killer have already been devoured by him. I am powerless to stop him. I didn't expect you to be the traitor. You can't escape." As the Blood Vine Spirit's voice fell, an ear-piercing sound suddenly surged from the abyss. Then, from the abyss, layers of blood-red black fog surged out, and a vast and gloomy aura surged, and the murderous aura spread, immediately blocking the light of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire dark nether mountain plummeted, and the terrifying smell of blood and cold air filled the sky. Swish, at the same time, at the bottom of the abyss, a black fog vortex appeared, and a black and blood-red figure appeared. The figure was solid, but it was slightly illusory. A pair of blood-red eyes above the abyss, like a blood-red black hole, and the aura from the black and blood-red body could freeze the void. Aowu, following the appearance of this figure, countless evil spirits rushed out from the abyss. Their roars were like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods, and the black fog and bloody aura filled the sky, lingering in the clouds. In a short period of time, they covered the sky and covered the earth. So many, even Du Shaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin and the rest, who were no longer the same as before, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Within the churning black fog, a murderous aura filled the sky, and numerous enormous human-shaped evil spirits and ferocious beast-shaped evil spirits fought. The number was unimaginable. It was like a black ocean had occupied the entire dark nether mountain. Aowu, ear-piercing roars that seemed to be able to pierce the soul were emitted from the mouths of countless evil spirits, and the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods reverberated. Chapter 1473. What a strange evil spirit. The consequences were almost unimaginable. Yi Zijin frowned. Many of these terrifying evil spirits were at the supremacy level, and many of them were at the emperor level. If these evil spirits entered the Stone City on the 8th day of the 8th month when all the elites of the Stone City gathered at the Great Will sect, it would be a disaster for the entire Stone City. Blood would flow like a river, and the entire Stone City would turn into a ghost town. "So you brought helpers?" "Just these few people." In the sky, the Blood Soul looked at Du Xiaofu and the others with a cold smile. There were many evil spirit experts behind him, and their auras were extremely terrifying. "Kill Hun Xie and Shou Sha, and your soul will be destroyed too." Seeing the Blood Soul, the phantom's face darkened. Blood light surged, and a cold chill spread out from her body. "You are that red spider lily, right? If I devour you, I might be able to possess your red spider lily body." Hee hee. Looking at the phantom, the Blood Soul's eyes were burning with greed. "I'm afraid you are not enough," the phantom said. Her bright red dress was covered with blood light. The space around her shook, and a blood-colored waterfall spread out, instantly surging out. She has already reached the nirvana level. Feeling the aura of the phantom, the blood soul's face changed. He was an evil spirit, and the phantom was actually a demon spirit. The red spider lily body was a powerful existence. Let's end this quickly. Leave this to me. It can't escape from the grudge of Shou Sha and Hun Xie. Du Xiaofu came to the front of the phantom and shook his purple sleeves. He then said to Elder Jialo Yi, Fourth Elder, please seal the space. Don't let any of the evil spirits escape. Don't worry. None of them will escape. Elder Jialo Yi smiled faintly. As he spoke, a golden light began to spread from his body, and the vast sky and earth shook with a loud rumble. Boom! Unknowingly, the space froze. With Elder Jialo Ye's cultivation, the strongest of these evil spirits was only at the nirvana level. How could they escape? Kill! At the same time, Ouyang Shuang waved her hand. A vast qi swept across the area as she held the hyacinth sword in her hand. It was as if she could shatter the void and slaughter everything in her path with just a wave of her hand. Qi la la. In just an instant, Ouyang Shuang waved her sword, and the Swanni sword shot out by itself. Wherever it passed, the evil spirit experts were slaughtered like ants. The Swanni sword was actually able to absorb the remnant souls of the evil spirits, and was the nemesis of the evil spirits. Kill! Du Xiaoqing made her move. Blazing flames soared into the sky, forming a sea of fire. The evil spirit was enveloped in it and directly burned into smoke. It had no power to resist at all. Du Xiaoyao, Yi Zijin, Little Tiger Du, Phantom, and Bloodvine Doom also attacked together. Like fierce tigers pouncing into a flock of sheep, they slaughtered their way through and destroyed countless evil spirits. Bang bang bang, in the Abyss Canyon, Elder Jialo Yi distorted the space around him. With a thought, he didn't even need to make a move. The countless evil spirits in the space exploded. Awoo, countless evil spirits panicked. Out of their instinctive fear, they wailed and howled. The space was like purgatory. The countless evil spirit army seemed to be densely packed, but at this moment, under the leadership of Elder Jialo Yi, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, and the others, they were able to suppress the evil spirits. It didn't take long for them to eliminate the overwhelming evil spirit army. Qi La. Purple lightning flashed in all directions. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the lightning in front of him covered the claw. It was like a huge lightning net, and he had already caught the blood soul in his hand. The blood soul didn't even know what was going on, and it couldn't move anymore. What a familiar aura. The terrifying purple lightning made the blood soul feel the most direct fear and horror. Soul-searching technique. After capturing the blood soul, Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. Light surged on his fingers, and his fingers bent into a claw. Then, with a dazzling rune, he landed directly on the blood soul's head. The soul-searching technique searched the primordial spirit and soul. Although the blood soul was an evil spirit, it was originally an evil spirit's body, so the soul-searching technique could be used on it. A vast power descended, and fear crept up from the depths of the blood soul's soul. It wanted to struggle, but it couldn't. In the end, the blood soul also began to wail incessantly as if it were being subjected to the most gruesome torture. In the sky above the abyss, the evil spirit army was completely wiped out. Not a single one escaped. Hula. The phantom's graceful figure was in the air. Her bright red dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her white arms. As she moved, a powerful devouring power spread out from her body, devouring the energy of the surrounding evil spirits. The blood vine spirit didn't fall behind. It also devoured the energy of the surrounding evil spirits. Buzz, in Ouyang Shuang's hand, the Swan Ni sword emitted the sound of wind and thunder as it devoured the evil spirit remnant souls. It seemed to nourish the sword, and the nether chi became denser, causing Elder Jialo Yi to look askance. When Du Xiaofu stopped the soul-searching technique, it was already half an hour later. At this moment, the blood-soul evil spirit's aura was weak, and its blood-red eyes were lifeless. Then, Du Xiaofu put it into the ancient desolate space. Enter the stone city on the 8th of August. Dongli Qi Huang, I will make you pay double for this. Du Xiaofu's cold voice came out from his mouth, and his face was extremely cold. From the news that the Blood Soul was planning to enter the Stone City on the 8th of August, Du Xiaofu suspected that it had something to do with the Great Will sect. And from the soul-searching technique, Du Xiaofu found out that the Blood Soul was directly under the orders of Dongli Qi Huang. Back then, all the evil spirits in the central state were under the control of Dongli Qi Huang. He deliberately let them enter the desolate country to deal with the desolate country's world assembly. Originally, Du Xiaofu suspected that these evil spirits were related to the devil religion. However, from the soul-searching technique, Du Xiaofu found out that these evil spirits really had nothing to do with the devil religion. The origin of these evil spirits was the evil spirits that were defeated in the other continents. Some of them escaped the net and escaped to the central state. The Blood Soul met the Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix during her escape and was supported by her. She swept through all obstacles and finally took control of the evil spirits in the central region. Gradually, she formed an army of evil spirits in the central region. This time, Dongli Qi Huang wanted to let the evil spirit army enter the Stone City while the elites of the Stone City were leaving. He wanted to break away from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect and seize the legendary treasure in the Stone City alone. He wanted to turn the Stone City into a river of blood and raze it to the ground. When the evil spirits appeared again, the Great Will sect would be able to reorganize the evil purifying alliance and control the central state. This plan was absolutely vicious. This Dongli Qi Huang is really sinister and vicious. When Du Xiaofu told Yi Zijin, O Yangshuang, and the others what he knew from the soul-searching technique, Yi Zijin and the others frowned. That Dongli Qi Huang is not a good person. He should have died long ago. This time, we must not let him go. Du Xiaoqing clenched her fists as killing intent surged out of her eyes. Dongli Qi Huang, you will pay for the blood of the desolate nation's world society disciples and the soul evil beasts. Du Xiaofu's cold voice came out of his mouth. A cold smile formed on his lips as golden light flashed in his eyes. This time, Du Xiaofu was completely enraged. That Dongli Qi Huang was so vicious. How could Du Xiaofu tolerate it? A dragon had a reverse scale, and a rock had a reverse feather. As the days passed, the closer it was to the 8th day of the 8th month, the more depressed the central state became. However, for some unknown reason, even in the central region, the armies of the desolate nation's world society, the profound talisman sect, and the ancient heaven sect had gathered close to the Great Luan sect. However, the Great Luan sect did not obstruct them at all and allowed the armies of the three forces to enter. On the other hand, the Sky Snake sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Great Will sect were extremely calm. Seeing that the armies of the desolate nation's world society, ancient heaven sect, and profound talisman sect had arrived in front of the Great Will sect, they were not worried at all. The central state was in turmoil as countless forces were waiting for the result. On the 7th day of the 8th month, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Thousands of miles away from the Great Will sect, the experts of the three forces gathered in temporary tents. Familiar figures gathered in the desolate nation's world society and seven-star hall. Zhen Qingchun, Yu Xianzi, Amethyst Venerable, Apothecary Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Silver-Winged Demonic Eagle, Yi Piaoling, General, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, North Vanquishing Prince, Ouyang Ling, and Yuan Shanshan. Savage Condor and Sky Moon Venomous Spider stood together with Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi Xian, Blue Fantasy, and Scarlet Rock. Ancient Heaven sect was led by Sima Taxing, Venerable Golden Rock, Elder Gu Qingyang, Xiang Ling, Shui Ruhan, Si Ruofeng, and Yin Machen. Profound Talisman sect was led by Nanli Hun, Zhu Shui, Shen Yan, and Guoming. Their lineup was not inferior to ancient heaven sects. Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi Xian, why is this guy in the world society? Many young people in Profound Talisman sect and Ancient Heaven sect had seen Guqin Devil in Tianhuang continent. He was definitely a fiend who had killed countless people and was ruthless. As one of the 12 godly heroes, it was enough to prove Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi Xian's talent. Seeing him in the world society, it immediately caused many exclamations. I have joined the world society. Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi Xian nodded slightly as he knew acquaintances in Profound Talisman sect and Ancient Heaven sect. Given Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi Xian's arrogance, he would not have taken the initiative to greet them in the past. However, as a member of the World Society and an ally of Ancient Heaven sect and Profound Talisman sect, he lowered his status. Isn't this guy very arrogant? Why did he join the World Society? Many people in Profound Talisman sect and Ancient Heaven sect were extremely surprised. At this moment, Elder Jialo Yuantu was sitting on the main seat with his legs crossed. He did not pay much attention to Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, and the others. However, there were several old figures besides Sima Taxing and Nanli Hun. They were secretly surprised by Elder Jialo Yuantu's aura. Chapter 1474. Looking at the younger generation of the Du family, the experts of the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect glanced at the younger generation led by Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Hao, Du Yu, Du Shui, Yi Piaoling, the 18 heavenly guards, the generals of the Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others. These young people were already famous in the central continent at such a young age. Any one of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, all of these young people were gathered together. The younger generation of the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect could not be compared to them. Thinking of this, Sima Taxing and Nan Lihuan exchanged a glance. The younger generation of the desolate country's world society was too terrifying. With their terrifying talent and growth speed, it wouldn't be long before the desolate country's world society rose completely. One day, even the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect would be suppressed. How did Du Xiaofu manage to gather such a terrifying group of young people? Nanli Hun muttered to himself as he secretly smacked his lips. Tomorrow is the 8th day of the 8th month. The army has already gathered. Xiaofu hasn't arrived yet. Venerable Golden Rock said. His eyes glowed with a faint golden brilliance. Because he had comprehended the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, he could feel the aura of Elder Jialo Yuantu. Feeling the aura of Elder Jialo Yuantu, Venerable Golden Rock couldn't help but want to kneel down in the tent. If that mysterious old man exerted a little effort, he would be able to prostrate himself. Senior Golden Rock, don't worry. Third brother said he'll be back. He should be back soon. Maybe he's just delayed for a while. Du Yunlong said to Venerable Golden Rock. Over the years, from a small force in Lanling City to the current vice president of the World Society, Du Yunlong's strength was enough to be compared with any of his peers in the 9 regions. That invisible aura carried a kind of pressure and also the aura of a supreme being. Even when facing some of the top experts from the Ancient Sky sect and the Profound Talisman school, Du Yunlong was still able to deal with them with ease without losing his composure. Many experts from the Ancient Sky sect and the Profound Talisman school secretly nodded their heads in admiration. Third young master has returned. As soon as Du Yunlong finished speaking, the Gujiao opened its mouth. It had the blood soul seal in its beast soul, so it could feel the aura connected to the beast soul immediately. Sorry for the delay. I've only just arrived. As soon as Gujiao finished speaking, a voice came from outside the tent. Then, several figures walked into the tent. They were Du Xiaofu, Elder Jialo Yi, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and the others. Greetings, seniors. Walking into the main hall, Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and bowed. The profound talisman sect was their ally, and the ancient heaven sect was their master. Many of them were seniors and elders, so they did not dare to be careless. Du Xiaofu saw quite a number of unfamiliar elders from the profound symbol sect and the ancient heaven sect as his gaze swept across the area. He immediately sensed several domain stage auras. From the looks of it, the profound symbol sect and the ancient heaven sect had gone all out this time. So, this is the kid. As Du Xiaofu walked in, Nanli Hun and the others in the profound talisman sect saw Du Xiaofu for the first time. They secretly observed him, but they could not detect any aura from Du Xiaofu's body. It was as if he was an unfathomable abyss. Zhu Shui stepped forward and introduced Nanli Hun and the 3 domain stage experts from the profound talisman sect. Greetings, Sect Master Nanli and Seniors. Du Xiaofu smiled and bowed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, but he did not lose his manners. Little friend, you're too polite. Nanli Hun and the others did not act carelessly. Du Xiaofu's actions in the 4 mountain sects had already spread throughout the central plains. Naturally, the profound talisman sect had already received detailed information. At this moment, how could they act carelessly in front of a young man who could defeat domain master Jianhong with a single sword strike? After that, Gu Qingyang also introduced the 2 domain masters of the ancient heaven sect to Du Xiaofu. They were Du Xiaofu's grandmasters. Du Xiaofu respectfully performed the sect etiquette, which made the 2 domain masters beam. They were very happy and praised him endlessly. Venerable Golden Rock had also set foot in the martial field. This time, the ancient heaven sect had sent 4 domain stage experts, which were not inferior to the profound talisman sect. There were also many venerable realm experts. It was Du Xiaofu's first time seeing many of them. As expected, they have a strong foundation. Du Xiaofu sighed inwardly. Not to mention the profound talisman sect, it was the first time he had seen many venerable realm experts in his own sect, the ancient heaven sect. If there were no important matters, these venerable realm experts would either be in seclusion or go out to seek opportunities in dangerous places. They would not stay in the Manchu at all. After that, Du Xiaofu tossed the blood soul out of the ancient desolate space and told the profound talisman sect and ancient heaven sect about what had happened between the blood soul and the east mythical scarlet phoenix. Everyone who heard it changed their expressions and was stunned. This Dongli Qi Huang is really sinister and vicious. Nanli Hun's eyes were cold. It could be said that the entire evil purifying alliance had been tricked by Dongli Qi Huang. Dongli Qi Huang was sinister and cunning in his previous life. As a person who has lived 2 lives, it's natural that he's sinister and vicious. An old man in the ancient heaven sect spoke. He was a martial domain stage expert and had lived for a long time. He had heard many things about the Middle Continent. He had also heard some rumors about Dongli Qi Huang's past life. It's a pity that there are still many sects that have been deceived by him. Many experts sighed and secretly praised Dongli Qi Huang's vicious move. He had actually played the entire evil purifying alliance in his hands. If it weren't for the desolate country's world assembly, the entire Middle Continent would have been under his control. Xiaofu, how confident are we in going against the Great Luan sect tomorrow? After all, it's the Great Luan sect. I reckon that the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect have also made preparations. At least, we won't have an advantage in terms of lineup. Moreover, it's the Great Luan sect. With the help of the Great Luan sect's mountain protecting formation, we'll be at a disadvantage once we go against them. Sima Taxing reminded Du Xiaofu that the Great Luan sect was not easy to deal with. Although the desolate country's world assembly was no longer the same as before, Sima Taxing knew that the desolate country's world assembly, the profound talisman sect, and the ancient heaven sect could only compete with each other. Once they went against the Great Luan sect, they would be suppressed first. From the words of the ancestors in the sect, Sima Taxing felt that the Great Luan sect would be completely defeated this time. At that time, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, Sima Taxing was still a bit confused. He couldn't understand the words of the ancestors in the sect. Sima Taxing felt that the ancestors in the sect seemed to be afraid of something, so he didn't say much. It seemed that he didn't want to reveal any information. After hearing Sima Taxing's words, many experts of the Profound Talisman sect also looked at Du Xiaofu. They had always wanted to know how confident Du Xiaofu was tomorrow. Once they went against the Great Luan sect tomorrow, there would be no turning back. This time, the Profound Talisman sect also put their entire sect on the line. There couldn't be any mistakes. Looking at everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu clearly understood the meaning of Sima Taxing's words. Looking at the experts in the tent with a faint golden glow, Du Xiaofu slightly opened his mouth and said, "I really don't know how confident I am in this matter. I want to thank the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Underworld sect for their help. I will remember this great kindness in my heart. However, I can tell you that even if it is only my desolate country's world conference tomorrow, I will still go against the Great Luan sect. Don't worry, the little Great Luan sect won't be able to overturn the heavens. What defensive formation? I'm still here." Sacred Array Child Jin Qingchun slightly raised his brows. He knew the origins of the two mysterious old men in the tent. Why would they be afraid of the Great Luan sect? If they angered this terrifying supreme race, they could raise the entire sect to the ground in a matter of minutes. Du Xiaofu, we won't show our faces tomorrow. Just do whatever you want. Even if the Great Luan sect is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, there's no need to fear it. Just raise it to the ground, Elder Jialo Yi said to Du Xiaofu at an inappropriate time. The aura emanating from his thin and small body made all the experts in the tent tremble for no reason. This is also a matter for you juniors. If the older members of the Great Luan sect were to take action, I wouldn't hesitate to take action. However, it's not suitable for me and the fourth elder to take action against some juniors. Elder Jialo Yuantu said to Du Xiaofu. For them, an ordinary sealed domain realm expert was definitely considered a junior. If it wasn't necessary, it would be a little embarrassing for them to take action against those who weren't strong enough. Many people in the tent looked at each other when they heard Elder Jialo Yi and Elder Jialo Yuantu's words. None of the experts from the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect knew their identities. The curtain of night shrouded the sky, and the moonlight shone like silk. On the summit of the mountain, Du Xiaofu looked around. A dense army had gathered all over the mountain, and the occasional roar of a monster beast could be heard echoing through the wilderness. Using his consciousness, Du Xiaofu easily sensed that many disciples of the three great factions had been cultivating throughout the night, preparing for the bloody battle that would erupt tomorrow. Du Xiaofu stared into the distance, thousands of miles away, in the direction of the Great Will sect. Under his purple robe, his fists were clenched tightly. A bloody battle was unavoidable tomorrow. Who knew how many disciples would be killed and how many experts would be bathed in blood? Du Xiaofu knew that this was his decision. If he wanted to settle everything with the Great Luan sect, a debt of blood would naturally have to be repaid with blood. However, this was also the world of cultivators. The strong were respected and strength was paramount. Those who could survive tomorrow's bloody battle would probably have some progress and comprehension. Those who died tomorrow would also represent how cruel and merciless this world was. But I will also bear the responsibility and karma. Du Xiaofu softly muttered. In tomorrow's bloody battle, he would also bear the responsibility and karma. If he could become stronger, he would be able to protect even more people. Still not resting. A delicate voice rang out as a graceful figure slowly walked out. Her large and beautiful eyes were filled with a bright and clear radiance. It was Ouyang Shuang. Chapter 1475. Are Uncle Ling and Aunt Shan resting? Du Xiaofu turned around and smiled. He had already sensed Ouyang Shuang's arrival, so he was not surprised by her presence. Father and mother are adjusting their breathing in preparation for tomorrow. Ouyang Shuang said as she looked at the man in front of her. Her big and beautiful eyes were like twinkling stars in the night sky. Over the past few months, she had accompanied him to the 4 mountain gates and traveled across half of the central region. He had become increasingly powerful and had soared into the sky. He was no longer the young man who had bitten her lips in Lanling City. Ouyang Shuang's heart rippled inexplicably as she recalled the time when he had bitten her lips and refused to let go. She blushed slightly and looked even more charming under the moonlight. However, she quickly restrained herself and took a deep breath in her heart. She said softly to Du Xiaofu, "You have to be careful at the Great Luan sect tomorrow." "I will." Du Xiaofu looked ahead and lifted his gaze slightly. He clenched his fists tightly. There was bound to be a bloody battle tomorrow. Although the desolate country's world meeting and the Du family's disciples were much stronger than before, Du Xiaofu would not underestimate the Great Luan sect, which had tens of thousands of years of history. Tomorrow's battle was extremely important. If he won, other than the desolate country's blood feud, his dream of becoming a wealthy family would be improved. However, if he lost unfortunately, not only would his dream be shattered, his family and friends would also be killed. It's a pity that I don't know where my master is now. If I could get my master's help, I wouldn't be afraid of the Great Luan sect. However, he also said that he couldn't be bothered with the matters of Kyushu. I'm afraid that even if he were here, he wouldn't interfere. Ouyang Shuang said softly as she thought of her master. She could tell from his words that her master didn't seem to care much about the forces in Kyushu. Ouyang Shuang knew very well that although her master looked crazy, his strength had definitely reached an extremely terrifying level. Are you talking about your master? Is he the old man who chased after Ibai in the Divine Thunder Mountain range? The world is really strange. Du Xiaofu had also heard from Ouyang Shuang about her expired master. It was the old man who had chased after Fu Ibai all over the Divine Thunder Mountain range, causing Fu Ibai to be apprehensive of him. He sighed at the wonders of the world and never expected that Ouyang Shuang would actually become his disciple. My master is erratic, Qin Wentian said. Ouyang Shuang smiled helplessly. Right now, even if she wanted to look for her master, she couldn't find him. Last time, she had snuck out. Perhaps the next time she saw him, he would come to capture her and bring her back to cultivate. By the way, do you like women or men now? Du Xiaofu suddenly looked at Ouyang Shuang and asked curiously. Are you looking for a beating? Ouyang Shuang was stunned. Then, her peerless face suddenly changed. She glared at Du Xiaofu with her big beautiful eyes and said, after so many years, you are still as annoying as ever. I just want to make things clear. Although you are a tomboy, you are so beautiful. If you only like women, then it would be a pity. In the future, you will have to defile another woman. For men, this is equivalent to having 2 less women in this world. Du Xiaofu pouted and rolled his eyes. He felt that he was thinking for all men. It would be a pity if such a femme fatale wasn't interested in men. Go to hell. Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu. It was just a simple word. Then, she turned around and left in anger. After so many years, this bastard was still as annoying as ever. Moreover, he was the kind that was very annoying. Why is she angry? When did I provoke her? Du Xiaofu shrugged with an aggrieved expression. He did not know how he had provoked that tomboy. You deserve to be scolded. You don't even know how to be gentler to a girl. You deserve to be scolded. A gentle voice sounded. It was very comfortable to listen to. A beautiful figure appeared. Her bright eyes looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu. Second teacher Ant. Du Xiaofu bowed and smiled honestly. The person who had come was the master of Tianxian Hall, Yu Xianzi. He said, she is a tomboy, not a woman. You are still young and do not understand romance. You can't understand the feelings of a girl. Yu Xianzi smiled. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu and asked seriously, "Do you have any news about your master?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression also became serious. His fists slightly clenched under the long sleeves of his purple robe. Then, he told his second teacher and everything he had learned about his master, Xiahou Fenglei, from the soul of the devil religion's Yin Thunder Elder. "I have the 3,000 Thunder Soul seed left by Master in my Naiwen Palace. Master's life should not be in danger yet. The devil religion has not obtained the 3,000 Thunder Soul seed, so they will not do anything to Master for the time being." Du Xiaofu said. This was his guess. "Your fifth teacher uncle has fallen into the hands of the devil religion. We also received some scattered news. Your first teacher uncle should have also fallen into the hands of the devil religion. Old Seven should have escaped that day, but he has not shown up yet," Yu Xianzi said, frowning. In the past few years, the Seven-Star Hall had never given up on secretly searching for information. However, the results were very small. In addition, the Seven-Star Hall could only hide in the dark, so it was even more difficult to find out more information. When the matter of the Great Will sect is over, I will do my best to inquire about the news of Master and Teacher Uncle. The blood debt owed by the Divine Light Court should also be repaid," Du Xiaofu said. As for the devil religion, Du Xiaofu learned everything from the soul of the Yin Thunder Elder. With his current strength, even if he had the help of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, he would not be able to do anything to the devil religion. Yu Xianzi raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at the night sky, and then said to Du Xiaofu, "Your master has taken in a good disciple. I think I'm also very good. When master returns, he will definitely be proud of me." Du Xiaofu nodded seriously. "You're just a little glib-tongued." Yu Xianzi smiled helplessly. She could not help but roll her eyes slightly, and then left. "Master, disciple will definitely save you as soon as possible." Looking at the disappearing figure of Yu Xianzi, the smile on Du Xiaofu's face slowly dissipated. Looking at the night sky, he clenched his fists under the long sleeves of his purple robe. There was a golden light flickering in his eyes, and his voice echoed softly on the mountain peak. The bright moon moved to the west, but no one in the Middle Continent fell asleep tonight. The entire Middle Continent was nervously watching. Night, on the Great Will sect. The pavilion on the balcony had an ancient aura. A woman stood there. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was elegant. If Du Xiaofu was here at this moment, he would certainly recognize that this woman was Qing Xingnan, who was taken away by a mysterious expert outside the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire back then. However, at this moment, Qing Xingnan was wearing a long dress. It was no longer the attire that was originally meant to attract attention. However, it still couldn't cover up her long and slender legs and slim waist. Her elegant temperament revealed a kind of purity and nobility. It was also very holy. "Elder sister, Du Xiaofu will definitely die when he comes to the Great Will sect tomorrow. At that time, the Stone Dragon Empire will be completely avenged." Qing Chao stood in front of Qing Xingnan and sneered. However, they were connected by blood, so he was happy that his elder sister was still alive. "I'm here to take you away. Your second sister and the rest of the clan members have already found the place of the Yin clan. You should go too," Qing Xingnan said. "Go to the place of the Yin clan?" Qing Chao was stunned and he was very surprised. He then said, "Why do we still need the Yin clan? Du Xiaofu will definitely die tomorrow. I'm already the sect leader of the Great Will sect and I can lead the Qing family to rise. Give up your position as the sect leader of the Great Will sect and leave with me. This is a whirlpool and you've already fallen into it. If you don't get out now, you won't be able to extricate yourself. By then, everything will be too late." Qing Xingnan looked at Qing Chao and her bright eyes rippled. She sighed slightly. "I'm the sect leader of the Great Will sect. Who in the Middle Continent dares to touch me? Elder sister, you're overthinking." Qing Chao's expression changed and he became gloomy. How could he be willing to give up his position as the sect leader of the Great Will sect and live in seclusion? It was impossible. You've already fallen into the whirlpool. With your character and talent, it's not normal for you to become the sect leader of the Great Will sect. Listen to me and leave with me. Qing Xingnan said with a helpless expression. Perhaps she knew her third brother too well. Qing Chao's expression became gloomier and gloomier when he heard this. He looked at his elder sister and said, "Since we were young, you've always been above me and my second sister. Even father has always regarded you as the future of the empire and the leader of the Qing family. I've always been under your halo. Now that I've become the sect leader of the Great Will sect with great difficulty and my name has shaken the middle continent, you've come to ask me to leave. Elder sister, can't you accept that I'm stronger than you?" Third brother, Qing Xingnan was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She looked at her third brother and wanted to say something. However, in the end, she didn't say anything and said, "Father is no longer here. The Stone Dragon Empire is no longer here. There aren't many people left in the Qing family. In the future, everything depends on you. Therefore, you have to leave and live with your people. I can already lead my people to rise. Even Du Xiaofu will die tomorrow. I won't leave the Great Will sect." Qing Chao looked at Qing Xingnan and said, "Elder sister, the Divine Light Court isn't that great anymore. You should marry brother-in-law as soon as possible. Brother-in-law will become the supreme Kyushu sooner or later. When that time comes, we'll follow brother-in-law and bring the Qing family to unprecedented heights. This is what we should do." Qing Chao turned and left as soon as he finished speaking. Qing Xingnan looked at Qing Chao's back as he left. After a long time, she looked helpless. The next day, when the darkness before dawn passed, the horizon in the east began to brighten. Boom, on the surrounding mountain peaks, eyes opened one after another. As they shone brightly, waves of aura fluctuated, causing the space to tremble. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Golden light accompanied by electric arcs shot into the sky and shook the void. A moment later, countless figures filled the mountain range. Chapter 1476. It was a long journey this time. The Ancient Heaven sect, the Profound Talisman sect, the Desolate Country, and the World Society had gathered their armies. Although not all of their armies had come, the elites of their armies had turned out in full force. The elites amongst the elites in the army had all experienced life and death situations. They emitted a kind of sharp bloody aura. When they gathered together, it caused the air to be filled with a rich bloody aura. Disciples of the Wasteland Nations World Society, are you ready? On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. He looked down at the army below. His eyes shone with golden light like the rising sun, illuminating the mountains. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luan sect will pay with blood. The disciples of the Wasteland Nations World Society shouted in unison. Their voices shook the clouds, and their auras surged up to the sky. "It's time, let's go." Du Xiaofu's golden eyes also surged with a blazing color as he flicked his sleeves. His shout was like thunder, echoing through the mountains. Disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect, move out. Profound Talisman sect disciples, move out. At the same time, a voice accompanied by profound energy from a nearby mountain peak resounded through the clouds and reverberated within the mountain range. Early in the morning glow soared into the sky. Early in the morning, the inside and outside of the Great Luan sect were filled with a joyous atmosphere. Today was the day that the Great Will sect, the Heavenly Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley formed the Heaven Alliance in the Central Province. In addition, the reincarnated saint of the Great Luan sect had achieved the Nirvana realm. To the disciples of the Great Luan sect, they were wild with joy and pride. The establishment of the Heaven Alliance in Middle State was an extremely important event for the entire Great Will sect. Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Serpent sects representatives had gathered at the Great Luan sect, Boundless sect, Intelligent Sword sect, Profound Underworld sect, and Xiandu Gates representatives. There were even many representatives from the great powers above Kyushu who had already gone up to the Great Luan sect to watch the ceremony. It could be said that today was the busiest day of the Great Luan sect. Experts had gathered and the four powers had come to prove the power of the Great Luan sect. Of course, the experts in the four directions were also clear that the forces from the 9 states who had come to watch the ceremony today had come for the Sky Alliance of the Central State. However, on the other hand, they were more likely to come for the reincarnation of the Holy Sun, the East-leaving Red Phoenix. The nirvana of a sovereign was 1 in a million in Kyushu. All the disciples of the Great Will sect were proud of this. As for the recent rumors of the return of the demon king Du Xiaofu and his intention to enter the Great Luan sect on the 8th of August, none of the Great Luan sect's disciples seemed to care about it. The Great Luan sect had already formed the Central State Heaven Alliance with the Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect. They would advance and retreat together, unlike the evil purifying alliance in the past that only cleansed the evil spirits. Even if the desolate country's world assembly, the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect came together, they would not be a threat to the Great Luan sect. Moreover, this was the Great Luan sect's territory, who would dare to barge in? Did you see that? Those are the experts of the Immeasurable sect. That youth is Jiu Ling. The old monk beside him is the Great Mountain sect's master. It is said that he is Jiu Ling's master. It's not just the Immeasurable sect. The sect master of the Profound Underworld sect, Murom Sifang, is here too. The sect master of the Huijian sect, Ruan Hongxi, is here too. When he was young, he defeated his peers in the central province with his iron sword. The fairy of the Xiandu Gate, Jiang Wolin, is here too. There are many experts of the Xiandu Gate following her. However, I don't see the sect master, Jiang Danqing. Don't mention these 4 sections. Not long ago, they were defeated by the demon king Du Xiaofu. I guess they are not in a good mood now. I don't want to offend them. Do you guys think that the demon king Du Xiaofu really dares to come to the Great Luan sect today? The atmosphere in the Great Luan sect was jubilant and lively. There were also many discussions going on quietly. It is said that the experts of the Heaven Knife sect of the Han province are also here to watch the ceremony. It's not just the experts of the Han province who are here. Do you see in front? That is the expert of the Ancient Fist sect of the Lan province. It is said that he is called the Yang Fist Region Master. The Ancient Fist sect is not the only one from the Han province. There are also experts from the Sacred Flame sect. That is Lian Wuxiang of the Sacred Flame sect. I have seen him once in the Tianhuang mainland. He was one of the 12 divine heroes back then. He is as famous as the saint of the Great Luan sect, Dongli Chihuang. However, now that the Saint Dongli Chihuang has achieved nirvana, I am afraid that Lian Wuxiang will not be able to catch up with him. The Ice Sky sect of the Yu province is also here. It is said that there are experts of the domain realm among them. The Ice Sky sect is extremely powerful in the Yu province. Behind the Ice Sky sect are the experts of the Heaven Evil Hall of the Ning province. So many forces are here to watch the ceremony. It is enough to show that the nirvana of Dongli Chihuang has achieved nirvana. This is not just a joyous occasion for the Great Luan sect, but a grand occasion for the entire Middle province. There was a lot of discussion and excitement everywhere. The Great Luan sect could be said to be a gathering of Kyushu forces. It was a glorious and lively occasion. As time passed, the Great Luan sect became more and more lively. In the Great Luan sect, there were dozens of people sitting in a large hall. Each of them had a strong aura. Sitting at the head of the hall was Dongli Chihuang, who was being discussed by countless people in the Middle Province and Kyushu. I've received news that Du Xiaofu is really here. The Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect are together. I'm afraid that they will join the Great Luan sect today. In the hall, a gloomy old man who was over 50 years old spoke. He was the sect master of the Sky Snake sect, Shilongduan. His son, Shi Longyang, had died in the central province's Long River. Naturally, he wanted to settle the score with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Let them come. The Great Luan sect's mountain gate is open today. We'll wait for them to come. Dongli Chi Huang spoke with a cold smile in his eyes. He did not care. In the hall, an old man also had a gloomy expression. He did not speak, but his eyes were filled with doubt. The old man was the overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley. Not long ago, a consecrator of the Sky Spirit Valley went to intercept the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. At that time, he wanted to take the item left behind by Du Xiaofu from the Sky Martial Academy. The overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley calculated the time. That consecrator should have returned to the Sky Spirit Valley long ago. However, there was no news from the valley until now. Moreover, the people from the desolate country's World Assembly had really come to the Great Luan sect. This made the overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley worried. However, the overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley did not think too much about it. Perhaps the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had been captured by the consecrator. No matter how strong the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was, it was impossible for him to escape from the consecrator. At the very least, even if the rumors were true, that Demon King Du Xiaofu had two powerful and mysterious experts by his side, causing the consecrator to fail, given the consecrator's cultivation and strength, it would be enough for him to escape. As long as that kid dares to come here today, we will not let him go. The overlord of the Sky Spirit Valley said. His face was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Dongli Chi Huang smiled faintly. He was wearing a scarlet robe, with golden hair and an imposing appearance. His eyes were shining with 7 colors. Hearing the bustling noise outside the hall, he smiled faintly and said, "Today, in front of the entire Kyushu, I will kill him. I will not give him any chance." However, I heard that the kid defeated Jian Hong with a single sword strike. I'm afraid his cultivation has improved a lot in these years. That kid has always been brutal. In the Sky Snake sect, Shilong Duan said intentionally or unintentionally. He was trying to instigate and test Dongli Chi Huang. Dongli Chi Huang's eyes flickered with a cold light. He knew what Shilong Duan meant, but he did not take it to heart. He smiled faintly and said, "He is just a stepping stone for those below the Nirvana realm. After today, he will disappear." Shilong Duan sneered and continued, "That brat made our sect lose face and gathered a lot of extraordinary people around him. This time, we really can't give him any more chances. Otherwise, when that brat grows up, he will be an endless source of trouble for our sects. He will not have another chance." Dongli Chi Huang said affirmatively. He then smiled faintly and said to the crowd, "It's still early. You can go out and meet your friends. Wait for the Ancient Heaven sect and the Mysterious Charm sect to come here. Alright, some old friends have come. I haven't seen them for a long time." The crowd stood up and left the hall. Today, almost all the major forces in the central continent had gathered at the Great Will sect. There were also experts from the other 8 continents. Many of them were familiar with each other. Looking at the departing figures of the crowd, Dongli Chi Huang smiled faintly and disappeared from the hall. Chapter 1477. Shengnan, today is the day that the Heaven Alliance of the Central Plains is established. Come with me to the ceremony, Dongli Chi Huang said to Qing Shengnan a while later in a side hall of the Great Luan sect. Today is the day that the Heaven Alliance of the Central Plains is established. You are the main character, so there's no need to pay attention to me, said Qing Shengnan. We'll be a family sooner or later. You're my, Dongli Red Phoenix's, fiancé. In my glory, you should also exist. Dongli Chi Huang looked at the woman before him. His eyes rippled as he said, "I've received news that Du Xiaofu should be attending the Great Luan sect today. That bastard destroyed your empire, slaughtered your clansmen, and killed the old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire. Your father crippled his own cultivation, but he still killed him. I will settle this debt for you. He will pay the price." Qing Xingnan's eyes finally rippled when she heard that. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind. "I have nothing to say about killing my grandfather, but my father crippled his own cultivation according to your request. Why do you still want him to kill him in secret? Are you really that kind of person?" Qing Xingnan murmured. She had already heard about what happened after she fainted. "Let's get married once you've taken your revenge. When I rise up in the future, I will bring you by my side and help you reach the next level," Dongli Qi Huang said to Qing Xingnan. "You've treated me with such deep affection. You've also taken care of my third brother, Qing Chao. I'm grateful." Qing Xingnan looked at Dongli Qi Huang and bowed slightly. She said, "I have a favor to ask of you. If you're so polite, it'll make us seem distant. Just say it. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely agree." Dongli Qi Huang nodded. "I naturally know how strong and capable Qing Chao is. He doesn't have the strength and ability to become the leader of the Great Luan sect. Let him come with me this time," Qing Xingnan said, hoping to leave with Qing Chao. "Xingnan, you mean?" Dongli Qi Huang seemed to have sensed something. Her soul eyes stared at Dongli Qi Huang. "Maybe it's because I've been through so much that my heart is no longer affected. I'll deal with the Qing family and the Stone Dragon Empire personally one day. Xingnan really can't repay your kindness. I've let you down." Xingnan's Luan looked. Qing Xingnan stew, of Qing Xin to the Great Luan sect. The Luan to S. I can't hold you back. You're the reincarnated holy son of the Great Luan sect. I'm sure you'll find a better partner than me. The Eastern Flame Scarlet Phoenix was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. She stared at Qing Xingnan, and after a moment, her eyes darkened. She said, "You mean, you want to break off the engagement with me? You're the holy son of the Great Luan sect. You can announce to the public that you want to break the engagement with me." Qing Xingnan bowed and apologized. "Ha ha ha ha!" Dongli Qi Huang suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with anger. After a while, he stared at Qing Xingnan with a gloomy expression. "Do you know who I am? I'm the reincarnated holy son of the Great Luan sect, a supreme nirvana saint. Countless women in this world want to throw themselves into my arms, but I don't care about them. You're the only one in my heart, but you want to break the engagement, ha 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 ha. I'm sorry for not being able to repay your kindness. However, I've already cut off all ties with the mortal world. The matters of the outside world are no longer a hindrance to my cultivation." Qing Xingnan spoke with an apologetic look in her eyes. "I know, I know. You made this decision because Du Xiaofu wanted to come. Don't forget that he destroyed your Stone Dragon Empire, killed the old emperor, and slaughtered the Qing family's disciples. Do you still remember this?" Dongli Qi Huang's voice became louder and louder. His expression became uglier and uglier. He was Dongli Qi Huang, the reincarnated holy son of the Great Luan sect, a supreme nirvana saint. There were very few beautiful women in this world who wanted to throw themselves into his arms, but the woman in front of him wanted to break off the engagement. He couldn't accept this kind of rejection. It was as if he had experienced a huge blow to his status. He felt a sense of defeat and his expression became even more gloomy. "It has nothing to do with him. I'm only focused on cultivation." Qing Xingnan spoke in a carefree manner. She had already abandoned everything in these years of cultivation. "I don't care if it has anything to do with him. I will not agree to break off the engagement. Today, if Du Xiaofu dares to come to the Great Luan sect, he will die. I will trample him under my feet in front of you. I will let you, the entire central continent, and the entire Kyushu know that he's just a clown. Although he's lucky and has obtained a lot of opportunities, he's still a fish that can't cross the dragon gate. He's only fit to be my stepping stone. Dongli Qihuang's expression became gloomier and gloomier. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He shook his scarlet robe and left with a cold smile. Time slowly passed and the sun was high up in the sky. The entire Great Luan sect had reached its most lively time. Countless voices were boiling. The people of the various major forces exchanged greetings and occasionally lowered their heads to whisper. Welcome to the Great Luan sect. Qing Chao was dressed in a splendid robe as he walked among the crowd. As the sect leader of the Great Luan sect, he welcomed the experts of the various major forces. Many of the sect leaders also greeted him politely. I am the sect leader of the Great Luan sect. Qing Chao murmured in his heart. He knew that if he was still the second prince of the Stone Dragon Empire, even if he became the emperor in the end, no one would pay attention to him. Even the Great Luan sect would not be able to enter the Great Luan sect. At this moment, Qing Chao felt extremely good. He was the sect leader of the Great Luan sect and his name was known throughout the central continent. He was one of the top existences in the central continent. However, when Qing Chao went to greet Ming Rong Sifang of the profound Xian sect, Wan Hongxi of the Huijian sect and the others, he was not welcomed. He only received a few polite nods from a few ordinary elders. Humph. One day, you guys will also submit to me. Qing Chao was unhappy. Ming Rong Sifang, Wan Hongxi and the others obviously did not put the Great Luan sect in their eyes. This made him unhappy. The experts of the Sky Serpent sect and the Spirit Sky Valley were also in the Great Luan sect. They met with their old friends and chatted with them. However, it was not certain if they were truly old friends. It was finally time for the sun to rise high in the sky. The entire Great Will sect, especially the hubbub in the vast square, had reached a new peak. The holy sun has arrived. Finally, a loud shout resounded and reverberated in all directions. Even in the bustling Great Luan sect, it was enough for everyone to hear it clearly. Immediately, the noisy discussions in the surroundings calmed down. Many pairs of eyes looked to the front. After which, they saw many extraordinary younger generation members of the Great Will sect in the air, clustered around the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix. He's the Nirvana sovereign, Dongli Qihuang. Chapter 1478. With the appearance of the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. He had become the main character of today's grand occasion of the establishment of the Heavenly Alliance in the Central Province. The disciples of the Great Will sect also stood proudly behind him. Everyone was sizing up Dongli Qihuang. Many of them were secretly spying on him, but they were not too obvious. At least 90% of the people present today were here for Dongli Qihuang. They all wanted to find out more about the nirvana of a sovereign. There were also many leaders of small and medium-sized forces. When they saw Dongli Qihuang, they immediately went up to congratulate him enthusiastically. Compared to them, the sect master of the Sky Snake sect, Shi Longduan, and the valley master of the Spirit Sky Valley, Anlingya, paled in comparison. For some reason, Dongli Qihuang did not look too good. Along the way, he did not speak much and only nodded at the experts of the various forces. Anlingya and Shi Longduan were surprised. They felt that something was wrong with Dongli Qihuang, but they could not ask about it under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Moreover, today was the day of the Heavenly Alliance. They knew that the main purpose of gathering the Great Luan sect today was to wait for Du Xiaofu's arrival. Thank you for coming to the Great Luan sect. Today is the day of the establishment of the Heavenly Alliance in the Middle Region. I represent the Great Luan sect to express our gratitude to all of you. When Qing Chao arrived at the stage that the Great Luan sect had prepared earlier, he smiled and said to the experts around him. However, when they looked at Qing Chao, there was only a soft applause from the surroundings. The various large factions did not seem to respect Qing Chao. Even many experts from the Great Will sect secretly despised and disdained him. However, they did not make it too obvious. However, at this moment, Qing Chao didn't pay attention to his surroundings. He stood on the high platform and was surrounded by Kyushu's experts. He was extremely excited as he smiled and said loudly, "Today is the day of the establishment of the Central Region's Heaven Alliance. The Great Luan sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley have established the Central Region's Heaven Alliance. In the future, with my Great Luan sect as the leader, the Central Region's Heaven Alliance will definitely lead and protect the Central Region. We will do our best for the entire Kyushu." Upon hearing Chang Chao's words, Shilongduan and Enlingya of the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley revealed a smile amidst the congratulatory shouts from all directions. However, a sinister glint flashed across their eyes without leaving a trace. Qing Chao was led by the Great Luan sect and did not seem to care about the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley. This naturally made them feel uncomfortable. Does the Heaven Alliance of the Central Province want to take over the entire Kyushu? Among the surrounding experts, there were also people who were secretly discussing. Qing Xingnan was surrounded by many female disciples of the Great Will sect. However, at this moment, Qing Xingnan frowned as she looked at Qing Chao, who was standing on the high platform. The Heaven Alliance of the Central Province is officially established today. From now on, we will advance and retreat together. The saint of the Great Will sect, Dongli Chi Huang, will be the alliance master. Valley Master and Lingya of the Spirit Heaven Valley and Sect Master Shilongduan of the Sky Snake sect will be the vice alliance masters. The auspicious time has arrived. The Heaven Alliance of the Central Province is now established. However, as soon as Qing Chao finished speaking, the entire Great Will sect erupted into loud cheers. The disciples of the Great Will sect and the disciples of the Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect cheered with excitement. Many congratulatory shouts resounded through the clouds. Dongli Chi Huang, Shilongduan, and Enlingya walked up the high platform. Dongli Chi Huang, who had been secretly gloomy, squeezed out a smile on his face at this moment. Facing the congratulatory shouts and cheers from all directions, a smile also appeared on his face. When Dongli Chi Huang, Shilongduan, and Enlingya walked up the high platform, the cheers of the entire Great Will sect reached its peak. The cheers were like waves that swept out in all directions and reverberated in the sky. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Will sect will pay with blood. Suddenly, just when the cheers of the entire Great Will sect reached its peak, a young man's shout was heard. This young man's cry was just like a dragon's roar and a thunderous explosion. It was sonorous and a terrifying sound wave shook the surrounding area. Accompanied by an invisible might, it instantly caused the expressions of everyone in the square to change. It's Du Xiaofu. Among the countless spectators around the square, there were people who were discussing and immediately looked up into the sky. On the high platform, Dongli Chi Huang suddenly raised his head. His eyes slowly looked up. His spirit's gorgeous eyes flashed with coldness and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Swoosh swoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, countless people in the surroundings looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind resounded in the sky. Immediately after, figures streaked across the sky and came from the mountains. Finally, they stopped in the sky above the square of the Great Will sect. This sudden turn of events caused countless gazes in the surroundings to be stunned. Soon after, numerous figures appeared in the air. There weren't many of them and there were only about 300 of them. However, the aura of these figures fluctuated and froze the sky, causing the countless people in the square to be shocked. These figures were able to freeze the sky and their strength was at least at the martial honorable realm and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. Their cultivation was at least at the martial honorable realm and the majestic aura fluctuated. Many cultivators were not as simple as ordinary martial honorable realm cultivators. At the front was a young man in a purple robe. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old and he wore a purple robe. His face was resolute as he floated in mid-air. That is the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He is really here. Sima Taxing of the Ancient Sky Sect and Nan Li Hun of the Mysterious Charms Sect are here. 8th of August. They have really come to the Great Will Sect. I am afraid that today will not be a peaceful day. Looking at the figures that had suddenly appeared, many top powers who had come to watch the ceremony were shocked and they sucked in a breath of cold air. Hundreds of martial honorable realm and 8-star spiritual symbol masters had come. Such a lineup was enough to prove that the Ancient Sky Sect and the Mysterious Charms Sect were not holding back. In the entire Kyushu, no mountain sect would be able to bring out hundreds of martial honorable realm and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. Judging from the aura, they were not ordinary martial honorable realm and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. Is that young man in a purple robe the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? I have heard of him. He was once the leader of the 12 godly heroes in the Tianhuang mainland. It's that Demon King, the leader of the top 10 geniuses of the central continent. He has been suppressing the Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix, making the Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix unhappy. So, the Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix attacked the empire built by the Demon King. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Demon King is here to settle the score. Going straight to the mountain gate of the Great Will Sect. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is really bold. I built it with my own eyes. The Demon King even dared to stew and eat the dragon's dragon 9. He is extremely ferocious. He is definitely bold. It is said that some time ago, the Demon King went straight to the Immeasurable Sect, Xiandu Gate, Huijian Sect and Xianming Sect. He severely injured and crippled many martial domain realm experts. He is really ferocious. It seems that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has come prepared. The Great Will Sect is in trouble. The Great Will Sect opened their mountain gate and allowed the Demon King to go straight to the mountain gate without any obstructions. They are probably fully prepared. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. All the major forces had come to the Great Will Sect, including the forces on Kyushu. There were many people there because of the news that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was going to the Great Will Sect to settle the score. Du Xiaofu heard the discussions in the surroundings, and his gaze imperceptibly swept through the crowd in the surroundings. He sensed the aura of many regions, and he even noticed that there were many familiar figures in the spectator seats in the surroundings. The Fire Saber Reverend of the Heaven Saber Sect of Hanzhou, the Astral Fist Reverend of the Ancient Fist Sect of Hanzhou, the brown-haired Martial Domain Realm Elder who had fled with the Astral Fist Reverend and the others in front of the Desolation Leopard on Tianhuang mainland, Lian Wushang of the Sacred Flame Sect, and so on. These figures flashed past Du Xiaofu's eyes. There were many other figures that Du Xiaofu had an impression of in the Tianhuang mainland. They came from various continents, but he didn't expect them to all come to the Great Will Sect today. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on a woman in a long dress, and his gaze froze. The woman was surrounded by many disciples of the Great Will Sect. Her tall figure, beautiful face, and noble aura were all around her. She was the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire, Qingxingnan. She is still alive. Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change much as he smiled inwardly. Everything was already over. When he was young, some things were like the wind. He couldn't see them, but he could feel them. However, they had already dissipated. Qingxingnan also saw Du Xiaofu. She stared at his familiar silhouette. Right now, there were already several extremely beautiful maidens beside him. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Zhu Shui and the others, she had met them before. But now, they were still by his side and had never left him. However, she was already different. She thought back to the time when she had gently rolled up his sleeves and swept up the faint shadows of the moon and stars in the Savage Beast mountain range. In the depths of the clouds, in her hazy heart, she had once sketched out the shadows of butterflies in love with flowers. However, all of this was already a long dream. Everything is already over. Qing Xingnan said softly with a calm expression. On the high platform, Dongli Qihuang looked at the purple-robed young man in midair. How could he forget that figure? A cold voice suddenly came from his mouth and resounded throughout the square. I didn't expect that the person who fled like a stray dog in the hands of the devil religion and the divine light court would dare to come to my great will sect today. It really surprised me. His voice was cold and resounded throughout the square. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qihuang's face was gloomy. How could his face be good at this moment? He was the reincarnated saint of the Great Will sect. In his previous life, he was the top expert of the Great Will sect. In this life, he was also peerless. However, back then, he had been suppressed by a young man who had walked out from the border area. Even the woman he had taken a fancy to had an unclear relationship with him. This time, Qing Xingnan had broken off the engagement when he was at the peak of nirvana. Ever since he was young, there was nothing that he could not obtain. No woman that he had taken a fancy to would reject him. He had placed all his heart on Qing Xingnan. He did not expect that he would be so heartless. Could it be that he was inferior to that kid? This made it difficult for him to suppress the anger in his heart. He naturally blamed Du Xiaofu for this. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qihuang. His eyes suddenly became cold as he said, "You dared to touch my desolate country and killed my disciple. Dongli Qihuang, today your blood will dye the Great Will sect red." Chapter 1479. Du Xiaofu. On the high platform, Qing Chao looked at the familiar figure with some instinctive fear. But then, he leaned on Dongli Qihuang's side and raised his head to look at him coldly. He gritted his teeth and whispered in his heart, "You really dare to come to my Great Luan sect? You'll be dead soon." He really came. On the viewing platform, many experts from the Infinite sect, Xiandu Gate, Huijian sect and Xianming sect looked at the purple-robed youth they had seen not long ago. Their eyes were indescribably complicated at this moment. Many elders secretly glared at the purple-robed youth's seemingly harmless and resolute face and secretly gnashed their teeth. A clown is just a clown after all. Dongli Qihuang sneered and looked away from Du Xiaofu. He looked at Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun and other experts from the Ancient Heaven sect and the Xian Talisman sect standing beside Du Xiaofu and said with a cold expression, "Ancient Heaven sect and Xian Talisman sect, are you sure you want to stand with the small world meeting? It's not too late to regret it now. Don't think that others don't know what the Great Luan sect is doing and its ambitions behind the scenes. Do you really think you can hide it from everyone? If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place." Sima Taxing said. Since they were already on the Great Luan sect, they naturally had no scruples. His words were full of attitude and a little sarcasm. Today, the Great Luan sect was destined to be unfriendly. Since you've made up your mind, I won't waste my breath. Since you're already on the Great Luan sect, there's no need for you to leave today. The Heavenly Alliance of the Central Province has the responsibility to eliminate those who are on the side of the evil spirit. This is the first thing the Heavenly Alliance of the Central Province will do for the entire Central Province after its establishment today. Dongli Qihuang sneered loudly and looked at Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said, "Before this, I don't know if you, a stray dog, dare to come up and fight with me." His voice resounded throughout the place. Dongli Qihuang's red robe and golden hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was tall and straight, looking extraordinary. A faint holy light permeated the air. He stood on the high platform like a real saint with an indescribable majesty. At this moment, everyone felt the aura from Dongli Qihuang's body. The snake dragon Break and Enlingya, who were standing beside Dongli Qihuang, lost their colors and became dim. "But you still dare to fight with me? And you still dare to run away in a sorry state like a stray dog? I heard of your father, Dongli Changgu died dying. I heard that your father died Changgu died river to the central province river. Central province and you ran and you like a stray dog run, die. When the surrounding people heard this, they instantly looked at each other. It was rumored that Du Xiaofu was ferocious and terrifying. It seemed that this wasn't the only reason. His words were so vicious, and he didn't take the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, who had undergone nirvana, seriously at all. Could it be that the Demon King is really not afraid of Dongli Qi Huang? Some experts in the surroundings were secretly surprised. Today, many experts gathered in the Great Luan sect. Most of them were here for the two main characters. The Demon King had returned and swept through the 4 mountain sections. His strength was unfathomable. Dongli Qi Huang was the reincarnated saint of the Great Luan sect. He was a nirvana sovereign. The battle between the two seemed to be unavoidable. As for Devil King Du Xiaofu, he didn't care about the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix who had undergone nirvana at all. He also revealed a kind of domineering and powerful aura, making it difficult for others to see through him. You are provoking me. Next year, today will be the anniversary of your death. Dongli Qi Huang shouted. A nirvana sovereign. Who dared to treat him like this? Standing on the high platform, his eyes shone brightly. A formless aura filled the air and suppressed the surroundings. Swoosh swoosh, as Dongli Qi Huang's voice fell, Shi Longduan of the Sky Snake sect and Enlingya of the Spirit Sky Valley immediately retreated. In the entire square, Dongli Qi Huang was left alone on the high platform. His eyes shone with coldness. You have never been my opponent. How can a loser talk about bravery? Du Xiaofu said indifferently as if he didn't care about Dongli Qi Huang. The coldness in his eyes slowly surged as he said, You offended my desolate country and killed my disciples. I should have killed you back then. Ha 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 ha. Dongli Qi Huang laughed coldly. His smile disappeared, and his face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were cold, and the coldness in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. He said, Things are different now. I am a nirvana sovereign. Who do you think you are? Today, you will die without a doubt. Boom, as his voice fell, Dongli Qi Huang's aura surged. His golden hair fluttered behind him, and he looked like a real saint. This was the aura of a nirvana sovereign. His red robe shone brightly, and his aura was terrifying. It affected the energy of heaven and earth and shook the space vigorously. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky surged, and the void in all directions froze. The easternly Crimson Phoenix had achieved nirvana, and there was no one else in the 9 prefectures. He was prepared to stop talking and directly kill the brat who had ruined his plans time and time again in front of all the major powers in the 9 prefectures. As this aura spread out, the surrounding people and martial domain realm cultivators were also greatly affected. Those who were not strong enough directly had their Xian Qi frozen, and their primordial spirits trembled. A nirvana sovereign brought with it the pressure of heaven and earth. It was unstoppable. What a strong pressure. Is this the power of a nirvana sovereign? The surrounding experts were shocked. This terrifying pressure was too strong. He is indeed very strong. His peers can't compare to him at all. Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, and the others were originally wondering if Du Xiaofu could really resist Dongli Qi Huang. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was definitely not easy to deal with. However, at this moment, feeling the terrifying pressure from Dongli Qi Huang, they couldn't help but worry about Du Xiaofu. The surrounding experts were shocked. Many experts from Kyushu were secretly trembling. They had come to the Great Will sect to watch the ceremony to see if Dongli Qi Huang was a nirvana sovereign. At this moment, they felt that the invisible aura from Dongli Qi Huang was already so strong. A nirvana sovereign was too strong, and it shocked everyone. Too weak. With your strength, do you still want to fight with me? You will only be killed by me. Du Xiaofu glanced at Dongli Chihuang and didn't care at all. If you have the ability, come up and die. I will let you know what a Nirvana sovereign is and what mediocrity is. The shout was accompanied by a terrifying aura that swept out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. Dongli Chihuang's divine soul was as brilliant as a blade. After his fury, he gradually calmed down. To him, the brat in front of him had to die today. He was a Nirvana sovereign, and he had his own dignity and pride. There was no need for him to get angry over someone who was about to die. Demon King Du Xiaofu and the Nirvana sovereign Dongli Chihuang are finally going to fight. The surrounding crowd was looking forward to the battle. They hoped to see the Demon King Du Xiaofu and Dongli Chihuang fight. If the two of them were to fight, it would not only represent the younger generation of the central region, but also the peak of the younger generation of the entire Kyushu. If they were to fight, the outcome would affect the fate of their respective mountain sects for at least 1,000 years. An old man on the viewing platform spoke. He was an old monk from the Immeasurable sect. He looked into the distance and thought about the future. Today's situation was special. If Dongli Chihuang could defeat Du Xiaofu, the Great Luan sect would undoubtedly rise. The ancient heaven sect and mysterious underworld sect that followed Du Xiaofu would be greatly affected. The desolate country would probably be submerged in the World Summit. However, if Dongli Chihuang were to be defeated today, the outcome would be completely different. It could be said that the battle between the two of them no longer represented individuals. It represented the mountain sects behind them and all the forces that followed them. On the Great Luan sect, everyone was silent. They were looking forward to the final battle between the two peak youths in Kyushu. One of them was the leader of the 12 divine heroes, Du Xiaofu, who was known as the Demon King. After returning to the central region, he was able to cripple those who had just reached the martial domain realm with a raise of his hand. He defeated the invincible domain lord Jian Hong with a single sword strike. The other was the reincarnated holy son of the Great Luan sect. The words Nirvana were enough to prove everything. The two of them were indeed the peak existences among their peers in Kyushu. No one would object to this. Swoosh swoosh. Just as the battle was about to break out, the sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the sky outside of the Great Luan sect's mountain gate. It even caused the space in front to distort. Then, in a few flashes, rays of golden light appeared on the square. Along with a domineering pressure, they suddenly descended on the Great Luan sect. Chapter 1480. Under this invisible pressure, the beast souls in the minds of many of the demonic beasts in the crowd immediately trembled. The blood in their bodies boiled, and for some reason, fear appeared in the depths of their eyes. The other Kyushu powerhouses also seemed to feel something, and their gazes suddenly changed. When the auras descended, streaks of golden light appeared in the air. Du Xiaofu abruptly raised his eyes, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The rays of golden light converged and many figures appeared in the air. There were only about 50 figures, and they were all very young men and women. Their clothes were golden. The young men and women appeared one by one. They were all tall and straight, and all of them had imposing appearances. However, at this moment, the zither demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, and the middle-aged man who was his mount behind Du Xiaofu looked at the dozens of young men and women who had arrived. After their faces changed slightly, they could not help but laugh. Among the young men and women that suddenly appeared, there was a woman at the front. Her skin was as white as jade, and there was a layer of rouge on her face. Her eyelashes moved slightly, and her temperament was clearly overbearing. However, at this moment, there was a hint of beauty on her valiant face. Beside this woman was a young man in a light yellow robe with gold embroidered on it. Even though he was quietly standing in the air, he was like a flawless piece of jade. His appearance was extraordinary, and his charm was unique. He was like a supreme being that had descended to the world. The sudden appearance of these young men and women had unknown origins, but the terrifying auras that spread out immediately attracted everyone's attention. Any one of the 50 young men and women was extremely dazzling. Any one of them would be the most dazzling existence among the Kyushu's peers. Now, a group of such terrifying fellows had gathered together. This was especially true for the young man at the front. His faint golden eyes were like golden suns, causing those who looked at them to feel as if their spirits were about to be sucked into them. They felt an inexplicable sense of fear, causing their bodies to tremble and almost collapse to the ground. That young man is too extraordinary. Who came to the Great Will sect? On the viewing platform, an old man from one of the major factions looked at the handsome young man and trembled inwardly. They sent their primordial spirits out, trying to find out the origin of the young man. However, as soon as they probed with their yuan spirits, they felt their hearts tremble and their yuan spirits tremble. They did not dare to approach the young man at all. What a terrifying young man! He seems to have the body of a demonic beast. Suddenly, the surrounding experts trembled. There was a pressure of heaven and earth on the young man's body that prevented them from prying. These experts trembled inwardly. They no longer dared to use their origin spirits to spy on the mysterious young man. They didn't even dare to look directly into the young man's faint golden eyes. The handsome young man walked out from the crowd. He didn't look at anyone but walked directly to the square. He looked at Dongli Chihuang and said indifferently, "You must be Dongli Chihuang. Were you the one who was shouting just now?" His voice was calm, but as his voice spread out, an invisible aura suffocated the surrounding people. It was as if, at this moment, with the arrival of this handsome young man, the entire world had become different from before. It was as if a supreme ferocious bird had descended, suppressing the entire world for no reason. On the square, Dongli Chihuang also felt that the handsome young man's aura was extraordinary. He shifted his gaze away from Du Xiaofu. His scarlet robe and golden hair fluttered in the wind. His body shone brightly, and an absolutely powerful aura surged. It was as if a supreme had been born. He looked at the young man and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? You don't have the right to know who I am." The handsome young man was calm without any fluctuations. He looked at Dongli Chihuang with a condescending gaze. His voice was not loud, but it carried a domineering and forceful aura that merged with heaven and earth. He said, "I heard that you were very arrogant when you underwent nirvana. I advise you to keep a low profile. There are many beings of the same generation in this world who can easily kill you." Hearing this, Dongli Chihuang's face could not help but turn gloomy. Yesterday, Qing Xingnan wanted to break off the engagement. Today, Du Xiaofu did not put him in the dark at all. At this moment, this mysterious young man did not put him in his eyes. That condescending gaze made Dongli Chihuang extremely unhappy. For Dongli Chihuang, everything that happened today was really a little sullen. Originally, Dongli Chihuang had purposely arranged everything today because he wanted to achieve nirvana in the Great Will sect today. He wanted to blossom Kyushu and make his name known throughout the Kyushu. But until now, no one had put him in their eyes. Sullen, Dongli Chihuang felt extremely sullen. There was a nameless anger and fury that was suppressed in his body, unable to erupt and be released. "No matter who you are, I will kill you today." Dongli Chihuang was sullen and angry. He had decided to kill this person first, then deal with Du Xiaofu later to intimidate Kyushu. He wanted to kill this extraordinary young man in front of him first, so that Du Xiaofu would know the difference between him and Du Xiaofu. He wanted to step on Du Xiaofu in fear. Only then would he be able to appease the hatred in his heart. He also wanted to let Qing Xingnan know how unwise it was to break off the engagement with him. Kill! The disciples of the Great Will sect cheered. The bachelor Dongli Chihuang was finally going to make his move. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The bachelor is invincible. Many of the people gathered under the Great Will sect cheered. They had once gone to the Chang River in the Middle region together to start a massacre. They were the experts of many forces in the Middle region. As they were afraid of the desolate country and the world society's revenge, they chose to follow the Great Wu sect in the end. Among these people, there were many honorable realm experts who were not weak. There were even a few elders of the initial domain realm present. They were all old ancestor-level experts hidden in the various forces. They had placed their hopes and future on the Eastern mythical Red Phoenix. Come down and accept your death. The Eastern mythical Crimson Phoenix stepped out amidst the cheers of the crowd. She stretched out her hand and pointed at the handsome young man in midair. The holy light around her body fluctuated. She was extraordinary and had a majestic aura. The light illuminated the square. In midair, the handsome young man was still as calm as ever. A faint golden brilliance flickered in his eyes. He raised his long eyebrows and exuded a domineering aura. The handsome young man's invisible aura fluctuated from his body. The surrounding space was silently distorted, and the pressure quietly dispersed. The young man's voice was still very gentle, and he seemed to be a little disappointed. He shook his head and said to Dongli Chi Huang, "I suddenly feel that you are too weak. I am a little disappointed. You are not worth my time." When they heard this, the eyes of everyone in the surroundings instantly fell to the ground. Where exactly did that handsome young man come from? It was fine if Du Xiaofu did not put Dongli Chi Huang in his eyes, but this mysterious and extraordinary young man was even more domineering and arrogant than Du Xiaofu. He also did not put Dongli Chi Huang in his eyes. Isn't Dongli Chi Huang a little unlucky? No one puts him in their eyes even though he is a Nirvana sovereign. Someone on the viewing platform softly said. He felt a little helpless on behalf of Dongli Chi Huang. Don't be like this. Dongli Chi Huang is a Nirvana sovereign. Can't you give him some face and at least show some respect to a Nirvana sovereign? Someone said. He seemed to be fighting for justice for Dongli Chi Huang. That demon king Du Xiaofu and the mysterious young man did not put Dongli Chi Huang in their eyes. After all, he was a Nirvana sovereign who had reincarnated. Why do I feel that Dongli Chi Huang is very sullen today? Some people on the viewing platform couldn't help but secretly laugh. They felt that Dongli Chi Huang was a little unlucky to meet these two young men. Did we follow the wrong people? Why do we not put a Nirvana sovereign in our eyes? Some of the forces that followed the Great Luan sect secretly said. They followed the Great Luan sect because Dongli Chi Huang was a Nirvana sovereign. In the future, he would be able to sweep across the central region. At that time, they would also be able to rise and obtain great benefits. But now, in their eyes, Dongli Chi Huang's Nirvana sovereign was nothing in front of the mysterious young man and demon king Du Xiaofu. Dongli Chi Huang had been suffering until now. Around the square of the Great Luan sect, everyone looked at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Chi Huang, and the mysterious young man. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Could it be that these two guys had never heard of Nirvana sovereign? Dongli Chi Huang stepped on the square. Although the surrounding discussions were soft, how could they escape his prying eyes? He slightly raised his head and looked at the mysterious young man. His eyes were filled with coldness. Today, no one can save you. You will die without a doubt. Dongli Chi Huang opened his mouth. As a rare Nirvana sovereign in Kyushu, he had experienced reincarnation. In his previous life, he was the top expert of the Great Luan sect. His light once shone on Kyushu. In this life, he was a Nirvana sovereign. How peerless was he? At this moment, he was being looked down upon again and again. Therefore, Dongli Chi Huang was completely enraged. An ant dares to talk nonsense. There was finally a fluctuation in the calm expression of the handsome young man. Golden light shot out like golden lightning, shaking the clouds. A terrifying pressure was released from his tall and straight body. It did not allow any provocation, causing the beast spirits in the surroundings to tremble. Their gazes were filled with reverence and yearning, and their hearts and souls were prostrating themselves before him. "Humph, after I kill you, you will know what an ant is." Dongli Chihuang's voice resounded in the sky. He couldn't suppress it any longer. A terrifying fluctuation of holy light soared hundreds of feet high from his body. It was accompanied by surging waves of energy. Rumble, at this moment, the world suddenly changed. Tens of thousands of runes intertwined, stirring up waves of air. Starting from the space around the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix, the space became dazzling. Talisman markings interweaved like waves, transforming into a terrifying storm that directly enveloped the handsome young man. This terrifying storm swept out, accompanied by a great pressure. This was a terrifying divine ability. It was as if it had turned into a resplendent void vortex. It could devour everything and kill all living things. Chapter 1481. The reincarnation of heaven and earth of the Great Luan sect contains the secret reincarnation technique of the Great Luan sect. It is Dongli Chihuang's ultimate move from his previous life. As Dongli Chihuang made his move, many people in the surroundings were shocked. An old monk from the immeasurable sect immediately revealed the origin of Dongli Chihuang's move. Dongli Chihuang did not hold back at all when he made his move. It was obvious that Dongli Chihuang wanted to kill the mysterious young man in one move to establish his dominance. Humph! The handsome young man snorted faintly. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light surged on his body. Ancient runes spread out from his body and spread out in all directions. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the sky started to rumble. Golden light shone brightly and caused the world to resonate. At the same time, bright ancient runes spread out in the sky. It was as if there was a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the sky. It was as if someone was beating a heavenly drum in the depths of the sky. Boom! Boom! A strange rumbling sound was produced. It was as if someone was hammering one's heart and primordial spirit. It made one's soul feel like it was being crushed and made one's heart tremble. Under such a rumbling sound, the souls of the surrounding living beings trembled. They wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. The rumbling sound seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. It made one's primordial spirit tremble. Whether it was one's physical body or primordial spirit, it was as if they were about to be shattered. The terrifying rumbling sound suppressed heaven and earth. Reincarnation of heaven and earth. Dongli Chihuang shouted. His figure appeared in the dazzling storm. The dazzling storm, which distorted the void, soared into the sky. The vast energy caused the surrounding sky to darken. This was his divine ability. It could envelop a person and destroy their soul. There was no doubt that Dongli Chihuang's nirvana stage was extremely powerful. He could dominate everyone. At this moment, Dongli Chihuang's ultimate move was accompanied by the pressure of a nirvana paragon. The moment he made his move, it caused a terrifying phenomenon in the surroundings. The entire square was shaking, as if a paragon had come into being. If it wasn't for the talisman arrays on the square, it would have been razed to the ground and turned into ruins. Divine wings striking the sky. The handsome young man stood in the air without moving a single step. Golden light shot out from his eyes and his aura surged as he struck out with his hand. Chi La, as the young man's hand landed, it immediately turned into a huge palm print. It was like a huge divine wing, causing the surrounding space to distort. This hand pierced through space. Golden talisman markings covered the heavens and the earth while golden light overlapped and drowned out the sky, and it erupted with a terrifying and overbearing might from the primeval times. Both of their instantaneous attacks were extremely terrifying. The two auras were peerless, causing the hearts of many experts present to tremble in fear. In an instant, the palm of the handsome young man covered the sky like a pair of divine wings. It forcefully shattered the surrounding space. After which, it slammed into the former's frightening spatial storm. Rumble, the collision caused the sky to shatter, and a series of terrifying rumbles erupted. It was as if thousands of people were hammering heavenly drums in the depths of the sky. Thousands of drums sounded at the same time, causing everyone to tremble in fear and their souls to scatter. High up in the sky, golden light shone brightly. The runes were dazzling, accompanied by lightning and thunder. A terrifying scene occurred in the void, revealing countless pitch-black cracks. The golden divine wing palm print shattered the storm and exploded in the void, causing a bright light to erupt. Retreat. Don't be affected, retreat quickly. The people who were closer to the square immediately retreated in panic. The terrifying aftershocks were not something they could touch. Even an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator would suck in a breath of cold air as they looked at the energy that swept through the area. Countless figures retreated in panic. Although they were already very far away, they were still worried about being affected by the aftershocks and did not dare to touch them. Swish, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dongli Chihuang's universe samsara was directly shattered. Then, the golden palm print converged and became even more resplendent. It directly slammed onto Dongli Chihuang's body with lightning-like speed and power. Pfft! Dongli Chihuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell from the sky and smashed into the square like a meteorite. Rumble, the square exploded, and the augmentation array cracked. Dongli Chihuang's body fell into the ground of the square and was buried by the rubble. When they saw this scene, countless people on the Great Will sect sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts trembled, and their hairs stood on end. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana, was strong enough to look down on all the heroes of Kyushu. However, at this moment, he had been slapped down by the mysterious young man. This scene was too terrifying. It shook one's soul. Many old people's jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they could not close them. The mysterious young man was too abnormally strong. Countless people around were stunned. Many people even trembled in fear under this terrifying scene. They could not help but collapse. Their primordial spirit beast souls were palpitating. For the disciples of the Great Will sect, they could not accept the scene in front of them. Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana and was strong enough to look down on the chosen one of Kyushu, was slapped down by someone. How could they accept this? Qing Xingnan looked at the square with ripples in his eyes. Looking at Dongli Chihuang, who had just been slapped into the square and was buried by the rubble, Qing Xingnan's expression was also complicated. However, he quickly restrained himself and regained his calmness. At the edge of the square, Qing Chao stood in a daze. At this moment, even Jinqing Chun, Master Apothecary, Du Yunlong, Sima Ta Xing, and Nanli Hun, who were beside Du Xiaofu, were all dumbfounded. Only the Zither Devil, Shengguan Qi Xian, and his mount were not surprised at all. Only they knew the identity of the handsome young man. The handsome young man was Jialo Jueyu, a pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged Peng clan. He had true bones and was also a Nirvana sovereign. In comparison, Dongli Chihuang's Nirvana sovereign was nothing in front of him. Who is this guy? Do you know him? Ouyang Shuang sucked in a breath of cold air and asked Du Xiaofu. I know him. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He did not find this result strange at all. When Jialo Jueyu attacked, he was also a Nirvana sovereign. In addition, his attack just now contained the power of true bones. How could Dongli Chihuang be his opponent? In front of everyone's eyes, the handsome young man's move had shocked Kyushu. He stood proudly in the sky, shrouded in a faint golden light. His robe fluttered slightly, and his charm was peerless. From his tall and straight body, there was an indescribable majesty and majestic aura that caused the surrounding world to tremble. He was Jialo Jueyu, also a Nirvana sovereign. He also had true bones and was a pure-blooded golden-winged Ping clan's original form. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Jialo Jueyu's eyes flashed with golden light. He landed in front of Du Xiaofu and knelt on one knee. The golden light in his eyes was a kind of reverence. His voice echoed throughout the entire Great Wu sect, "Greetings, young master." What? This scene caused the experts in the surroundings to rub their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. The handsome young man had slapped Dongli Qi Huang, who was a Nirvana sovereign, down. There was no doubt that the young man was also an absolute Nirvana sovereign. He was an existence that could shock the ancient and dazzle the modern. However, at this moment, such a young man lowered his head in front of the demon king Du Xiaofu and was full of reverence. Am I seeing things? That terrifying young man is the demon king Du Xiaofu's man. The surroundings of the square were silent for no reason. Everyone was in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, Yu Xianzi, Purple Sky Sovereign, and the others looked at each other at this moment. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the dozens of extraordinary young men and women in front of him followed closely behind the graceful young man and landed. They all knelt down on one knee and saluted. Greetings, young master. Waves of sound seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and crack the stones as they rumbled through the clouds. These people were none other than the Zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, and his mount were very familiar. They were Jialo Juyu, Jialo Ju Kong, Jialo Yueying, and the other young generation of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. The beautiful woman in the front was the great commander, Jialo Kai Ling, the beloved daughter of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's patriarch, and also Du Xiaofu's sworn sister. Heavens, they are all Du Xiaofu's men. The surroundings could no longer remain silent. Sounds of gasps could be heard. That group of terrifying young men and women were all Du Xiaofu's men. Looking at the reverence in their hearts, it was likely that their relationship was not ordinary. Young master, Du Xiaofu is a member of the Du family. Could it be the Du family? No, those people have the aura of the Beast clan. Everyone was shocked. No one knew what was going on. You brat, you didn't even inform us when you met some blind people. If the fifth elder and the fourth elder didn't inform the clan, were you planning to keep it a secret? Jialo Kai Ling walked to the front of Du Xiaofu. She was beautiful and valiant. Her tight orange clothes outlined her graceful figure so well that it could cause people to have a nosebleed. However, she pinched one of Du Xiaofu's ears in front of everyone and scolded, "When you went out, father told you to come back if anything happens. Did you take it as a passing wind?" Du Xiaofu was speechless when he heard Jialo Kai Ling's words. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Sister, it hurts. I am the ruler of a region, the emperor of a desolate country. Can you give me some face outside? Du Xiaofu shouted helplessly. He finally knew why Jialo Jueyu and his sworn sister, Jialo Kai Ling, suddenly came. He didn't ask for help from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. It turned out that it was the fourth elder and the fifth elder who arranged it. So what if you are the ruler of a region? So what if you are the emperor of a desolate country? You still have to call me sister. Don't put on airs. When Jialo Kai Ling heard this, she scolded even more. Her voice was clear and sweet. Her slender legs were straight and domineering, causing many people to tremble. Chapter 1482. She's the first person who dares to treat that guy like this. Looking at the beautiful Jialo Kai Ling, Ouyang Shuang, Zhu Shui, Yi Zijin, Du Xiaoqing, and Du Xiaoyao were dumbfounded. She was definitely the first person who dared to deal with Du Xiaofu. Sister, I don't want to trouble the clan with such trivial matters. I didn't mean to not inform you. Du Xiaofu gave up resisting. He knew the temper of his sworn sister, Jialo Kai Ling, that's more like it. Jialo Kai Ling's expression eased a lot. She let go of Yi Xuan's hand and turned around to look at the Great Luan sect. She curled her lips and said, "These guys who overestimate themselves dare to find trouble with you. Do you want to kill them all?" Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the surrounding people trembled. No one dared to speak. Where did these people come from? Why are they so overbearing? Seeing how the woman dared to treat the demon king, Du Xiaofu, and the aura on her body were so overbearing that it made the surrounding experts tremble. "I'll deal with this trivial matter myself." Hearing Jialo Kai Ling's words, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. If he really angered his sworn sister, the entire Golden-Winged Rock clan might be attracted. In the end, the Great Luan sect would be completely annihilated. Although he wanted to annihilate the Great Luan sect, Du Xiaofu had never thought of testing the Golden-Winged Rock clan. He could borrow the power of others, but he didn't need to rely on others. His own strength was the true strength. Is that so? Jialo Kailing's eyes glowed with a faint golden light. She suddenly looked around the Great Will sect and spoke word by word. Her voice spread in all directions as if it could penetrate the clouds and crack rocks. She said, "Whoever dares to touch my younger brother, I will destroy your orthodoxy. If you don't believe my words, then go ahead and try." Who is this woman? She's so arrogant. The surrounding people were discussing. The beautiful woman was too overbearing. She didn't put anyone in her eyes. Boom, at the same time, there was a sudden explosion from the pile of rubble in the square. Aura soared into the sky, and light scattered in all directions. It was like a holy light soaring into the sky. Countless gravel shot out and swept out in all directions. The gravel could pierce through space, and even an ordinary martial honorable would be pierced through on the spot. When the gravel shot towards the crowd, it was immediately destroyed by the powerhouses in the various formations. Amidst the dazzling holy light that soared into the sky, the mysterious runes of the talisman burst out, and Dongli Chi Huang appeared, spitting out blood in a sorry state. His crimson robes were torn and his golden hair was disheveled. At this moment, a bone-chilling coldness slowly surged from the depths of Dongli Chi Huang's eyes. His spirit's gorgeous eyes coldly stared at Jialo Jueyu and Du Xiaofu, twitching violently. The aura in his body surged like an erupting volcano, as if it wanted to shake the void with the sound of wind and thunder. "Bastard, I am a Nirvana sovereign. Do you think I am so easy to deal with? Today, I will not let you off." Dongli Chi Huang was enraged and his eyes were ferocious. His golden hair was disheveled and his crimson robes fluttered in the wind. Light enveloped the area as if a Nirvana sovereign was awakening. At this moment, the atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly became tense, and an aura that made one tremble swept through the air. Dongli Chi Huang is fine. A Nirvana sovereign is not easy to deal with. The surrounding people were shocked and their eyes flashed. Everyone could feel that Dongli Chi Huang's aura was rising and it was becoming more and more powerful. A Nirvana sovereign was definitely not easy to deal with. Perhaps Dongli Chi Huang had been careless just now. Many people thought so. Boom! In just a short moment, a vigorous and violent aura suddenly burst out from Dongli Chi Huang's body. It was like divine light gushing out and shook the entire Great Luan sect. Dongli Chi Huang was a Nirvana sovereign. In his previous life, he was extremely powerful. As the saint of the Great Luan sect, he had studied countless mystiques and supreme arts. He was definitely not a weakling. Sacred light burst out and brought along an unparalleled pressure. At this moment, the surrounding people could feel the aura and tremble in fear. Walala, Dongli Chi Huang's face was gloomy and furious. The sacred light around his body was resplendent and accompanied by the buzzing sound of wind and thunder. Dazzling sacred light soared in the air and formed a resplendent sea of sacred light. In the sea of sacred light, an ancient aura filled the air. It brought along a reincarnation radiance and burst out with a mysterious wave. It seemed to be able to remind people of their previous lives and it constantly produced rumbling sounds. Under the terrifying aura, the disciples of the Great Luan sect seemed to be affected by it. They trembled and felt uneasy. In the sea of sacred light, Dongli Qihuang's body was sparkling and resplendent. It seemed to have started to expand and gradually turned into a giant that was dozens of feet tall. It was as if a god had descended to the world. That huge body stood in the sea of sacred light. The terrifying aura around it could devour everyone's cultivation and make them feel as if they were reincarnated. I am a Nirvana sovereign. I control reincarnation and crush everything. Dongli Qihuang's body was entrenched in the sea of sacred light. His body emitted a dazzling light. His eyes were cold and his aura suppressed the surroundings. He also started to move towards Jialo Jueyu and Du Xiaofu. He was truly furious to the extreme. Dongli Qihuang is so strong. A Nirvana sovereign is indeed not easy to deal with. Some of the onlookers exclaimed. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang's aura was even stronger than before. He stood up again and did not fall. Instead, it was even more shocking. As long as the holy sun doesn't fall, a Nirvana sovereign is not easy to deal with. The disciples of the Great Luan sect, Sky Snake sect, and Spirit Sky Valley, who were silent and trembling in fear, immediately recovered from their shock when they saw the situation. Joy surged in their eyes. Dongli Qihuang was a Nirvana sovereign and reincarnated. How could it be easy to deal with him? Confidence surged in their hearts again. Swish! Suddenly, there was an unforeseen event. Golden light spread out from the sea of sacred light. Silently, a huge golden ape appeared in the holy light ocean, and the holy light in the surrounding space rippled violently. The golden ape's golden eyes were intelligent. It was as if it was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked the world. Everything happened too fast. It was unbelievably fast. As the golden ape appeared, a terrifying aura erupted from its body. It was also like a Nirvana sovereign as it directly punched out. That punch seemed to be able to sweep across the four directions and suppress everything. It was emitting a strange power. The bright talisman patterns were like a hazy mist. It was accompanied by a strong power of heaven and earth. It was like a golden sun. Looking at it carefully, this punch was like a golden divine mountain that fell from the sky from the 9 heavens. With a loud rumbling sound, this punch landed on Dongli Qihuang's huge and swollen body. The fist print appeared in the void along with a strange phenomenon. It merged with heaven and earth and disintegrated the surrounding sacred light. It shattered a large area of space, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. The terrifying aura caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Bang! Everything happened too fast. Dongli Qihuang's swollen body exploded under the suppression of that punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell from the sky like a meteorite. Bang bang bang. Dongli Qihuang's body directly smashed into the square below. It caused the ground to shake, the mountains to collapse, and the talisman arrays to shatter. The surrounding sacred light that had just erupted was instantly blasted and dissipated. A golden ape was in the sky. It was dazzling. Its body was wrapped in talisman patterns. It was full of vitality and connected with heaven and earth. It gave people a feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth. Waving the fist that had just punched out, the golden ape opened its mouth and said leisurely, "Motherfucker, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Nirvana is nothing. I'll go all out and kill you in minutes." Hearing the golden ape's words, everyone looked at the golden ape and felt their hearts palpitate. Gulp gulp, after a while, the whole square was filled with gasps and gulps of saliva. There were also countless people who were trembling. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. The golden ape emitted a golden light. Then, it converged and turned into a human. It was a young man in a golden robe. Everyone around knew that it was a young man who had been following the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Some people who were familiar with him knew that it was Du Xiaoyao, who had always called Du Xiaofu brother. Gulp gulp. Jiu Ling of the Boundless sect, Wu Ming of the Huijian sect, Jiang Wulan of the Xiandu Gate, Ming Rongyin of the Xianming sect, and the others all felt that their throats were a little dry and hot. They swallowed hard. Du Xiaoyao turned around and looked back at Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kaling, and the rest of the golden-winged rocks. Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, Yu Xianzi, and the others who couldn't retract their jaws. She raised her golden spirit eyes and looked helpless. Finally, she said seriously, "I'm really sorry. I really couldn't hold it in. I couldn't hold it in. My state of mind is unstable. It's not good for my future cultivation. I will definitely control myself in the future." Hearing Du Xiaoyao's words, many people looked at her with disdain. Control your ass. Can you respect a supreme Nirvana realm expert? Dongli Qi Huang reincarnated. It wasn't easy for him to reach the supreme Nirvana realm in this life. All of you, and now a monkey, are treating him like this. Is it really okay? After a short moment, amidst the sounds of gasping that rose and fell, some people started discussing and complaining for Eastern Flame's Scarlet Phoenix. On the 8th day of the 8th month, Dongli Qi Huang must have done something wrong. In the Boundless sect, an old monk pinched his fingers and calculated seriously. He felt that on the 8th day of the 8th month, Dongli Qi Huang must have done something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ravaged. How can it be like this? Everything shouldn't be like this. Among the disciples of the Great Will sect, the experts of the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Sky Snake sect, some people shook their heads. Everything that happened today was completely different from what they had imagined. It was completely opposite to their plans. Chapter 1483. In a corner of the square, Cheng Chao was also dumbfounded. In his mind, his brother-in-law was already a supreme Nirvana saint, so he should not be like this. Chi La, the ground trembled, and there was a faint fluctuation of holy light. The rubble on the ground of the square shook, and then a wretched figure wrapped in light crawled out again. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he was battered and exhausted. The one who crawled out was Dongli Qi Huang, who had just been punched down by Du Xiaoyao. Dongli Qi Huang stood up again. His red robe was even more tattered, and his golden hair was even more disheveled. His beautiful eyes were also filled with coldness, and they were also suffused with a blood-red color. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qi Huang, who had crawled out again, and his expression did not change much. With a thought, a light spread out from between his eyebrows. He waved his hand, and then a blood-red figure was caught in his hand. A bloody aura spread out, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people around. Dongli Qi Huang's cold eyes flickered, and he looked at Du Xiaofu. When he saw the blood-red figure in Du Xiaofu's hand, his expression changed, and his expression became even colder, with a touch of ruthlessness. At this moment, everyone saw that Du Xiaofu had caught an extremely powerful evil spirit. Dongli Qi Huang, did you think that the evil spirit army would break into the stone city today and take the treasures alone? Unfortunately, your plan doesn't seem to be very good. Du Xiaofu looked directly at Dongli Qi Huang, and his eyes were filled with coldness. His voice spread out in all directions. You protected the evil spirits that fled to the central state, and you formed the evil purifying alliance to control them. You intended to control the central state, and you lured the evil spirits into the desolate country. You wanted to use this to break the border. What, those evil spirits were controlled by Dongli Qi Huang? Is this true? Dongli Qi Huang is the one who colluded with those evil spirits and deceived all the forces in the central state. If this is true, then all the forces in the central state have been played by Dongli Qi Huang. As Du Xiaofu's voice spread out, all the forces in the central state had a change in expression. Even the experts from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect immediately stared at the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix. They did not know about the evil spirits, and if what Du Xiaofu said was true, then Dongli Chi Huang was playing with them. There was also the matter of the evil spirits trying to snatch the treasures from the stone city. If that was true, then the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix simply wanted to swallow all the treasures in the stone city alone. There were also the legendary treasures that the Du family definitely had. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix didn't even consider their share. The appearance of this scene had attracted the attention of the evil spirits, and all the forces had their eyes on the Great Luan sect, causing the experts in the Great Luan sect to frown. If all the forces were to attack the Great Luan sect together, then the Great Luan sect would not be able to contend against them alone. Kiki, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Everyone in the central state knows that there are evil spirits in your desolate country's world society. Now that you have evil spirits following behind you, you still dare to accuse me of colluding with evil spirits. Do you think all the forces in the central state are fools to believe your despicable plan of sowing discord? Dongli Chi Huang sneered. So what if the blood soul was captured? As long as he refused to admit it, there would be no evidence. On the contrary, there were evil spirits in the desolate country's world society, and even Du Xiaofu had evil spirits following behind him. Not many people would believe it. Hearing Dongli Chihuang's words, many people's eyes flickered. There was no doubt that Dongli Chihuang's words made some sense. However, none of the experts who came to watch the ceremony were fools. Especially the forces in the central state. They more or less understood the Demon King Du Xiaofu's character. This matter was probably not baseless. Who do you think you are? Why do I need to accuse you? I don't need anyone to believe me. It's fine as long as I know it. So what if I have evil spirits by my side? They are not evil spirits by my side, but disciples of my desolate country's world society. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Chi Huang and said indifferently, I just want to tell you that your plan to monopolize the Stone City's treasures has failed. Also, I believe that you wanted to take the treasures for yourself and played Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake sect like fools. You really don't care about your friends. Poor Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake sect. Then, you used the appearance of evil spirits to trick the immeasurable sect, Xiandu Gate, Hui Sword sect, Profound Underworld sect, and others into joining the Purifying Evil Alliance. Your plan to control the central state has also failed. Man proposes, God disposes. Qi La, as soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the void in his hand began to distort. It distorted the blood soul, trying to crush it. The blood soul's aura collapsed. Dongli Chi Huang, save me, save me. The blood soul screamed. He could feel the aura of death in the depths of his soul. That aura of death made him powerless to resist. He could only ask Dongli Chi Huang for help. Dongli Chi Huang's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Du Xiaofu. He was indifferent to the blood soul's collapse. The coldness in his eyes became more and more uncontrollable. Dongli Chi Huang, you bastard, shameless bastard, the Nirvana realm blood soul was crushed by Du Xiaofu in an instant. When the last words of resentment were uttered, the blood soul's soul shattered. It turned into a majestic blood soul's power and was thrown by Du Xiaofu to the phantom and blood vine spirit. Hua La La, the blood soul devoured the Shou Sha and soul evil spirit. The phantom and blood vine spirit leaped out. Their expressions were cold as they directly devoured the blood soul's remnant soul and the blood soul's power. As expected of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's as domineering as ever. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is getting more and more treacherous. Looking at the expressions of the experts from the Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake sect, I'm afraid that they have really been tricked by Dongli Chi Huang. Not only that, the Immeasurable sect, the Profound Underworld sect, the Intelligent Sword sect, and the Xiandu Gate have also been dragged into this by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He mocked the four great sects for being used as pawns. I'm afraid that the four great sects will hold a grudge against the Great Luan sect now. The surrounding people spoke out secretly. Dongli Chihuang flatly denied that he had anything to do with the evil spirits, but the demon king, Du Xiaofu, had no intention of proving anything. He even dragged the Spirit Sky Valley, Sky Snake sect, and the Immeasurable sect into this. This was equivalent to letting the Great Luan sect slap them in the face in front of everyone. Looking at the last evil spirit that cried for help and was killed by Du Xiaofu, no one was a fool. They were 90% sure that Dongli Chihuang had something to do with the evil spirits and had secretly schemed against the entire central region. The Great Luan sect has to give the entire central region an explanation for this matter. An old monk from the Immeasurable sect spoke. His eyes were like lightning as the Buddhist beads on his chest glowed. He glared angrily and demanded an explanation from the Great Luan sect. If what the demon king, Du Xiaofu, said was the truth, then the Great Luan sect would have to take responsibility for the countless Immeasurable sect disciples that died in the central region's Chang River. The Great Luan sect has to explain this matter clearly. Some of the elders from the Xiandu Gate, the Profound Underworld sect, and the Huijian sect also spoke out. Back then, they had already felt that they had been tricked by the Great Luan sect. Now, it seemed like they had been toyed with by Dongli Chihuang in the Evil Purifying Alliance. Facing the questioning of the Immeasurable sect, the Huijian sect, and the other forces, it was clear that they had already believed Du Xiaofu's words. The faces of the Great Luan sect's experts turned gloomy. This is a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Our Great Luan sect will never ally ourselves with the evil spirits. Some of the Great Luan sect's experts spoke out solemnly. Some elders even swore that if the Immeasurable sect, the Huijian sect, and the others helped the demon king, Du Xiaofu, then the Great Luan sect would be in big trouble. These elders of the Great Luan sect really didn't know about the evil spirits. Only 2 or 3 people in the entire Great Luan sect knew about the agreement between Dongli Chihuang and the evil spirits to prevent the news from leaking out. He spoke without thinking and killed the evil spirits. The dead tell no tales. This is a ruse to win over others to deal with our Great Luan sect. Dongli Chihuang spoke out. The dead tell no tales, so how could he admit it? If he did, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Anlingya, Shilongduan, and the others looked at the Spirit Sky Valley in the Sky Serpent sect and said, "Fellow allies, don't be instigated by that treacherous brat. He wants to drive a wedge between us so that he can defeat us one by one." The faces of the experts from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Serpent sect turned gloomy. However, they couldn't say anything at this moment and could only endure it. As Dongli Chihuang had said, if the Middle Continent Sky Alliance were to split up, then they might be defeated one by one. If the mysterious Talisman sect and the Ancient Sky sect were to join forces with the Desolate Country, then Du Xiaofu would definitely not let them off. At this moment, Anlingya, Shilongduan, and the others could only continue to join forces with the Great Luan sect, even if they were certain that Dongli Chihuang had tricked them. They were already on the same boat and there was no way out. Of course, Du Xiaofu is spouting nonsense. Naturally, we can't believe him. Du Xiaofu is extremely treacherous. He wants to destroy our alliance. How hateful. Shilongduan and Anlingya spoke out, expressing that they didn't believe Du Xiaofu. They also made a stance to the outside world to prove that the Middle Continent Sky Alliance was unbreakable. This was equivalent to believing Dongli Chihuang's words. However, the 2 of them were secretly sullen. After dealing with Du Xiaofu today, they would definitely have to give the Great Luan sect a proper explanation. Whether you believe it or not, you're just being toyed with by Dongli Chihuang. Du Xiaofu said faintly. His purple robe fluttered slightly. He ignored Anlingya and Shilongduan. Looking at the expressions of the major forces around, he knew that it was enough to make the Great Luan sect suffer. The Great Luan sect is doomed. Anlingya and Shilongduan are the ones who will suffer the most. Sima Taxing smiled secretly as he saw through everyone's thoughts. This guy is rumored to be ferocious and overbearing, but I didn't know that he's so vicious. Nanli Hun raised his eyebrows. Today, the demon king Du Xiaofu had made such a scene in public. Not to mention that the profound Xian sect, the Boundless sect and the Xiandu Gate were furious and wanted to denounce the Great Luan sect. Dongli Chihuang's Supreme Nirvana had established the Middle Continent Sky Alliance and invited Kyushu to attend the ceremony. His purpose was to make a name for himself in Kyushu. Chapter 1484. However, the Great Luan sect was related to the evil spirits, and the other forces in the other 8 continents had been harmed by the evil spirits. Therefore, even if the Great Luan sect was fine today, the other forces in Kyushu would be wary of the Great Luan sect in the future and would keep a distance from them. The other forces might even reach a tacit agreement to stop the rise of the Great Luan sect. Du Xiaofu, you are slandering me. The dead tell no tales, and you still want to instigate discord. Today, I will not let you go. The Eastern Flame Scarlet Phoenix shouted. He couldn't let Du Xiaofu speak anymore. He had never imagined that the blood souls would be exposed, and they would be captured in one fell swoop. Today, he had been oppressed time and time again, and everything had gone wrong. This made him completely furious. Boom! Dongli Chihuang's body did not seem to be affected by the tattered robe on his body. Once again, a bright sacred light gushed out from his body. I must endure. I must endure. I must overcome myself. I must endure. Du Xiaoyao muttered some words in her mouth. She appeared to be forcefully enduring something. That manner of shaking her head was extremely comical, causing quite a number of surrounding gazes to quietly reveal a helpless expression. The desolate country's debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Those who have nothing to do with this, please step down. Those who interfere are enemies and not friends. They will be killed together. Du Xiaofu glanced at the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix and then looked around. His voice was mixed with profound energy and was abnormally domineering. At the same time, his purple robe fluttered and he waved his hand behind him. 8th of August, the Great Luan sect will be bathed in blood. As Du Xiaofu waved his hand, Du Yunlong stepped out. Lightning filled the surroundings. His shout was like a clap of thunder. Boom! Suddenly, as Du Yunlong's shout fell, the space far away from the Great Luan sect trembled. Then, waves of aura burst out from the horizon and soared into the sky. Roar! In an instant, the roar of beasts was like thunder. The roar of beasts was deafening. In the next moment, the ground trembled and the mountains shook. Countless huge demonic beasts appeared and rushed over. Walala! At the same time, countless ferocious birds screeched in midair. Strong winds blew, and countless ferocious birds spread their wings, covering the sky and covering the earth. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the great wheel will be bathed in blood. Shouts came from the distant sky and shook the clouds. As the earth shook and the clouds surged, countless armies appeared in the air in front of them. They were like a swarm of locusts, pressing down on the sky. In midair, countless warships and war chariots occupied the area. There were experts riding on ferocious demonic beast mounts, holding sharp weapons in their hands. They were shrouded in light, and their auras were fierce. It's the Desolate Nations World Society, Profound Talisman Sect, and Ancient Heaven Sect's armies. They really want to massacre the Great Luan sect. With such a huge army bearing down on the border, the terrifying army of demonic beasts and the elites of the 3 major forces, even some of the more knowledgeable experts felt their hair stand on end. Many experts narrowed their eyes and sighed. A bloody battle was unavoidable today. No matter who won or lost, it would be a disaster for the Central Plains. It was the prelude and beginning of chaos for the entire Central Plains. Roar! In front of them were figures that covered the sky and the earth. The roars of the beasts were like thunder. Countless powerful demonic beasts moved horizontally, crushing the earth. The ferocious birds spread their wings and swept across with a storm. Tens of millions of elite troops covered the sky, with warships and war chariots in front of them. They were extremely powerful, and their killing intent was swift and fierce. Along with their battle cries, it resounded throughout the Great Luan sect. On the Great Luan sect, all eyes were looking forward, and their eyes were trembling. With such a lineup, the elites of the Great Luan sect had all come out, causing many experts on the Great Luan sect to turn pale. Everyone thought of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the Ancient Heaven sect. The Profound Talisman sect was going to attack the Great Luan sect, but they did not expect such a lineup. Roar, the Mysterious Dragon King, the Stone Turtle King, the Flame Carp King, the Subduing Tiger Tyrant Mastiff, the Golden Python King, and the other huge demonic beasts directly moved over. Their roars shook the clouds, and those who were watching from afar with insufficient cultivation felt their bodies go soft and almost collapsed. The vast army stopped in front of the mountain gate of the Great Luan sect and did not immediately go up the mountain. In front of the mountain gate of the Great Luan sect, many disciples of the Great Luan sect were trembling. They hid in the mountain gate, not daring to go out. Looking at the army in the sky that was filled with killing intent, the disciples of the Great Luan sect were terrified. They no longer had the arrogance of a disciple of the Great Luan sect. What should we do? What should we do? The army is pressing down on us, and we are unable to resist it. Where are the experts of the sect? Why are they not coming down the mountain? The disciples of the Great Luan sect in front of the mountain gate looked at each other, and their hearts were trembling with fear. Although the Great Luan sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples, they did not even have the heart to resist against the army that was like a swarm of locusts. Du Xiaofu, is this what you are relying on? Don't tell me you want to rely on this to touch my Great Luan sect. You are too childish, hee. The auras of the vast army in front of the Great Luan sect's mountain gate and the roars of the demonic beasts were like thunder. However, no one paid any attention to the Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix. She continued to laugh coldly as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a deep voice, "The reason why we allowed you to come here is because we want to finish this once and for all. Since you are here, don't leave." As Dongli Chihuang finished speaking, an elder in the Great Luan sect's formation understood and waved his hand. A stream of light soared into the sky and exploded in mid-air. The resplendent light was like fireworks in the white sun, illuminating the mountains and the earth. Woo! When the bright light was withdrawn, a strange sound erupted from the depths of the mountain behind the Great Luan sect. It rumbled and the aura soared into the sky, causing the earth to shake. Rumble, wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky behind the Great Luan sect, accompanied by the roars of beasts. Woo! The bugle horn sounded and the war drums were hammered. The war chariots and warships covered the sky. Countless people surged up the mountain behind the Great Luan sect and occupied the sky. Countless war chariots appeared on the left and right sides of the Great Luan sect. There were also giant snakes and ferocious birds that overlooked the land. The three armies formed a triangle and surrounded the armies of the Desolate Country, World Society, Ancient Heaven sect, and Mysterious Talisman sect. The armies on the left and right sides of the Great Luan sect were the armies of the Spirit Sky Valley and Sky Snake sect. The army behind the Great Luan sect was the army of the Great Luan sect. There were also many other smaller forces that had more than 3 times the number of the Desolate Country's World Society's army. It is the army of the Central Region Sky Alliance. The Great Luan sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake sect are already prepared to welcome the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The experts of the Great Luan sect looked in all directions and were moved. The Great Luan sect was also fully prepared. In addition, this was the territory of the Great Luan sect. They had already set up an ambush without leaving any traces. They were waiting for the arrival of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Ancient Heaven sect, and Mysterious Talisman sect. They wanted to kill the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Ancient Heaven sect, and Mysterious Talisman sect. No wonder the Great Luan sect could allow the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the others to come to the sect. They were already prepared. Exclamations were heard. Such a turn of events surprised the experts of the four forces, but it seemed to be within their expectations. Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Gu Qingyang, Honored Golden Rock, and Zhu Shui looked at the three armies of the Great Luan sect. In the mysterious underworld sect's formation, Ming Rong looked at the formation of the two forces. His eyes flashed with a complicated expression as if he was making an important decision. Crack crack, but in the end, a jade slip quietly appeared in Ming Rong's hand. He crushed it and everything happened silently. The two armies covered the sky and the earth. The crowd covered the mountains and rivers. With the Great Luan sect as the center, the sky and the earth were filled with people and beasts. Terrifying auras gathered and solidified the world. Ferocious auras filled the air and murderous auras soared to the sky. Kiki, Dongli Chihuang laughed. His hair danced in the wind and his tattered red robe fluttered. His entire body fluctuated with sacred light and a terrifying aura. He looked at the three armies and stared at Du Xiaofu. He sneered, "Now, what qualifications do you have to come to my Great Luan sect? You are overestimating yourself." What a joke. Du Xiaofu looked at the countless armies around him. His gaze swept across them slowly, but his expression did not change much. All of this was within Du Xiaofu's expectations. How could the Great Luan sect not be prepared, and they barged into their territory? There are quite a lot of people. Looking around, Du Xiaofu said faintly. The army prepared by the Great Luan sect was at least 3 times larger than the army of the desolate country's world society. Since they are here, then none of them can escape. Let's end everything today. Dongli Chihuang sneered. It did not matter if the blood soul failed. As long as everything was settled today, they could get rid of their biggest threat. By then, the entire middle region would be as he wished. Coupled with the plan that he had been preparing, the entire Kyushu would not be able to stop the rise of the Great Luan sect. Boom, there were waves in front of them again. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Black warships came from the void. Countless black chariots flew across the sky with the insignia of the mysterious underworld sect on them, proving that they were the army of the mysterious underworld sect. Roar, there were demonic beast mounts roaring. Behind them were millions of soldiers. This army was considered small compared to the army of the desolate country's world society and the Great Luan sect. However, this army was definitely the best of the best. It did not take long for the army to reach the mountain gate of the Great Luan sect, facing the army of the desolate country and the world society. Ha ha ha, it seems like the mysterious underworld sect wants to deal with Du Xiaofu as well. Welcome to the mysterious underworld sect. Everyone in the middle region has the responsibility to cleanse the evil spirits and slay the demons. Looking at the army of the mysterious underworld sect, Dongli Chihuang was overjoyed. Not long ago, the Demon King had gone to the underworld lake and destroyed the mountain gate of the mysterious underworld sect. He had crippled 2 martial domain realm experts. Now that the army of the mysterious underworld sect had arrived, Dongli Chihuang did not need to think too much to know that the army of the mysterious underworld sect was here to deal with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Now that the Great Luan sect had received the help of the mysterious underworld sect, the ancient heaven sect, the mysterious talisman sect, and the others would not have the chance to rise again. Ming Rongyin walked out from the mysterious underworld sect. However, he did not care about Dongli Chihuang's words. He waved his hand slightly and turned into a ray of light, shooting into the sky. Chapter 1485. The mysterious underworld sect is here to help the desolate country. As the flowing light shot out from Ming Rongyin's hand, shouts could be heard from the mysterious underworld sect's army, shaking the clouds. Everyone on the Great Will sect was stunned when they heard this loud cry. No one had expected that the mysterious underworld sex army would not appear to deal with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Instead, they were here to help the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Didn't the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, go to the underworld lake not long ago and tear down the mysterious underworld sex signboard? What's going on? Many people were shocked. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had just shown off at the underworld lake not long ago. He had crippled a martial domain realm expert of the mysterious underworld sect and tore down the mysterious underworld sex signboard. However, the mysterious underworld sex army was here to help the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qihuang had been extremely pleased with himself. He had thought that the mysterious underworld sex army was here to help the Great Luan sect and wanted to settle the score with Du Xiaofu. He had never expected such an outcome. This was simply a slap to his face. The mysterious underworld sex army had come to the desolate country's aid. This caused the experts from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Serpent sect to look unsightly. What is the mysterious underworld sect trying to do? Dongli Qihuang's face darkened as he looked at the mysterious underworld sex experts with a gloomy gaze. Nothing much. The Great Luan sect has allied with the evil spirits and schemed against the various major forces in the central region. They want to control the central region and their ambitions are clear. The mysterious underworld sect will not stand by and do nothing. We will naturally suppress them. Ming Rongyin spoke. His voice was loud and his words were filled with righteousness. These words were made up by Ming Rongyin on the spot. Of course, no one present was an idiot. The Demon King Du Xiaofu had just revealed that Dongli Qihuang was secretly colluding with the evil spirits, and the profound underworld sex army of millions had immediately appeared. This was definitely not the decision of the profound underworld sect. It was obvious that the profound underworld sex army had long since made preparations to come and assist the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The concealment techniques of the profound underworld sex army are truly terrifying. Some people were shocked. Looking at Dongli Qihuang's expression, the Great Will sect probably didn't know that the mysterious underworld sex army had arrived. There were only two possibilities. The profound underworld sex army had just arrived, or they had been hiding nearby for a long time. The Xianming sect must have used the Manchues underwater methods to sneak in through the waterways. They must have hidden themselves well and avoided the eyes of the Great Luan sect. An elder said. He was knowledgeable and had heard many secrets. He knew that the Xianming sect had an extremely powerful underwater concealment method. If that's the case, does the Xianming sect intend to collude with the Ancient Heaven sect and become enemies with the Sky Alliance in middle ground? Don't make a single mistake that will cause everlasting regret. Think about the price that the Xianming sect has paid. Why do you want the Xianming sect to be consigned to eternal damnation? Dongli Qihuang's face was gloomy as he spoke to Ming Rongyin and the other Xianming sect's experts. You should be the one who makes a single mistake that will cause everlasting regret. The Great Will sect has colluded with the evil spirits and schemed against the various major forces in middle ground. They will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Ming Rongyin spoke. He then led the Xianming sect's experts across the sky and landed near Du Xiaofu. He cupped his fists and said, the Xianming sect will lend the Huang country a helping hand today. Thank you. Du Xiaofu did not seem to be too surprised as he nodded and smiled at Ming Rongyin. Zhen Qingchun, Master Alchemist, Nanli Hun and the others were secretly surprised. They did not expect Du Xiaofu to destroy the Xianming sect's mountain gate and severely injure a martial domain realm expert of the Xianming sect. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to make the other mountain sects bear a grudge and view them as mortal enemies. They did not expect the Xianming sect to directly help them at this moment. It is said that the sect master of the Xianming sect has been handed over to Ming Rongyin. That lad is making a bet. He is very bold, Sima Taxing said softly. We are still at a disadvantage at this moment. There are many people in the world who would add flowers to a brocade, but who would help us in our hour of need? Ming Rongyan's boldness is not ordinary. He is making a big bet this time. Honored Golden Rock smiled. His eyes flickered with golden light as he admired Ming Rongyan of the Xianming sect. Good, good, good. On the ruins of the square, Dongli Chihuang laughed and said the word good 3 times in a row. Everyone could feel the gloomy hatred in his laughter. As soon as Dongli Chihuang finished speaking, he no longer concealed his gloomy expression. He looked at the experts of the Xianming sect, the desolate country, the ancient heaven sect and the mysterious talisman sect and said, it's just one more Xianming sect. It won't change the outcome. Then let's fight. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and his aura began to fluctuate. Today's battle was unavoidable. Hehe, do you really think you are qualified to enter my Great Luan sect? Ridiculous. I have to admire your courage. If you dare to enter my Great Luan sect, I can destroy you with a flip of my hand. Dongli Chihuang looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. He was fully prepared. The Great Luan sect was his territory and everything was under his control. He originally thought that Du Xiaofu would not dare to enter the Great Luan sect, but he did not expect that Du Xiaofu would really come. Everything was going according to his plan. If I dare to enter the Great Luan sect, it means that I don't put the Great Luan sect in my eyes. Du Xiaofu said. His purple robe fluttered and he stood with his hands behind his back. There was a majestic aura and luck supporting him, overbearing and disdainful. Du Xiaofu was not a fool to dare to enter the Great Luan sect. This was the Great Luan sect with countless years of history. How could it be so easy to enter the sect? The Great Luan sect must have made preparations. If it was not for the fact that they had something to rely on, Du Xiaofu naturally would not have entered the Great Luan sect. Du Xiaofu, this time we came here because of Grandma's instructions. If the small Great Luan sect does not have eyes, then we can directly destroy them. If there is a problem, Grandma will take care of it. Jialo Kai Ling said to Du Xiaofu. This was what her grandma told her when she left the clan. I understand. Du Xiaofu felt warm in his heart. He did not expect that this matter would alarm his grandma. Who is that girl? Why is she so overbearing? The surrounding people were puzzled as they could not guess Jialo Kai Ling's identity. Hearing Jialo Kai Ling's words, Qi Huang's face turned gloomy. She snorted, but looking at Jialo Jueyu, who was beside Jialo Kai Ling, she was more or less afraid. Dongli Qi Huang and Jialo Jueyu had just fought and was beaten up. He knew that Jialo Jueyu was from the Beast clan. After that move, he could not guess the true origin of Jialo Jueyu. However, he could clearly feel that Jialo Jueyu was from the Beast clan and was definitely from a big clan. Suddenly, many of the top experts in the Great Luan sect seemed to have felt something and looked in front of them. Shang Prefecture's Sa Meng Sword sect is here for the Great Luan sect. In an instant, a loud shout could be heard from afar. Then, a group of people flew across the sky. They were as fast as lightning and were wrapped in rainbows that shone brightly. There were only about 1,000 people in that group. However, every one of them was an absolute expert. Shang Prefecture's Sun Moon sect is here for the Great Luan sect. Shang Prefecture's Red Lotus sect is here for the Great Luan sect. Shang Prefecture's Heavenly Star sect is here for the Great Luan sect. Shang Prefecture's Leader Qingdao sect is here for the Great Luan sect. Shang Prefecture's Unmi sect is here for the Great Luan sect. Shang Prefecture's Fu Xing sect is here for the Great Luan sect. Shang Prefecture's Jiuhua Mountain is here for the Great Luan sect. As the Sa Meng Sword sect's voice spread, a few more shouts could be heard. The shouts shook the clouds as a total of 8 groups of people arrived. There were only about 1,000 people in each group, but they were all experts. The weakest among them was a high-level martial royal realm expert. It was obvious that there were martial domain realm experts in this group. There were at least 20 martial honorable realm experts in each group. There might even be more. When the 8 groups of powerful people arrived, they saw the figures of the Great Luan sect standing together. Their auras soared to the sky. In a few flashes, they also arrived at the Great Luan sect and landed in the sky above the square. A formless, vast and vigorous aura fluctuated and froze the surrounding space. Damn! 1 mountain, 1 island, 2 religions and 4 sects. These are the 8 major forces of the Shang province. Why are the 8 major forces of the Shang province all here? Are they also here to watch the Great Luan sect ceremony? Oh my god! The 8 major forces of the Shang province are all here. They must have emptied the entire Shang province. Damn it! The 8 major forces of the Shang province are all here. They even brought so many experts. They must be here to attack our central province. As the 8 groups of people appeared, the various forces of the Great Luan sect were shocked. The 1 mountain, 1 island, 2 religions and 4 sects of the Shang province were equivalent to the 1 valley, 2 religions, 3 sects and 3 sects of the central province. They were the 8 most powerful forces of the entire Shang province. At this moment, the 8 major forces of the Shang province had all appeared on the Great Luan sect. It made people think that the Shang province might have come to attack the central province. The 8 groups of people stood together, which added up to less than 10,000 people. However, the formless aura of these 10,000 people was more powerful than the aura of the hundreds of millions of troops in the distance. It was enough to invade the entire central province. In the sky, a young man walked out in front of the 8 groups of powerful people. He was about 26 or 28 years old. His body was filled with simple and elegant runes. He was extraordinarily handsome and his robe was embroidered with sword patterns. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the various major forces of the central province. This man was Mu Jianchen of the Sa Meng sword sect. He was one of the 12 heroes of the Tianhuang mainland. Many experts of the central province had seen him when he fought for supremacy in the Tianhuang mainland. In particular, Jiu Ling, Dongli Chihuang, Zhu Shui, Xiang Ling, Jiang Wolin, and Ming Rongyin had all come into contact with Mu Jianchen. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence among the younger generation. Congratulations to the saint of the Great Luan sect for achieving nirvana. Congratulations to the establishment of the Heaven Alliance in the central province. Congratulations. Mu Jianchen walked out and looked at the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix with a smile in his eyes. Oh no, however, when Mu Jianchen finished speaking, Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, Venerable Golden Rock, Elder Gu Qingyang, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Chen Qingchen, and Ming Rongyin of the Stygian sect were all shocked. It seemed like the entire Shang prefecture came to congratulate the Great Luan sect and also to help the Great Luan sect. Chapter 1486. These are the experts from the 8 major forces of Shang prefecture. They have come to help the Great Will sect. No wonder the eastern parting Crimson Phoenix opened its doors. It turns out that it has such a backing. It has secretly recruited the entire Shang prefecture. The ancient Heaven sect is unlucky. They are no match for him. Dongli Chihuang is really something. He has secretly roped in the entire Shang prefecture and tricked the ancient Heaven sect and the profound Talisman sect. The various superpowers of the Great Will sect were shocked. Based on Mu Jianchen's words, it seemed like he was here to congratulate Dongli Chihuang for achieving nirvana and the establishment of the Heaven Alliance in the Middle Prefecture. With the help of the experts from the 8 superpowers of Shang Prefecture, the Desolate Country, the Ancient Heaven Sect, the Profound Talisman Sect, and the Mysterious Underworld Sect were no match for the Great Will Sect. There were many experts among the 8 superpowers of Shang Prefecture. Although there were not many of them, they were all top experts. The lineup of the 8 superpowers of Shang Prefecture was strong enough to invade the entire Middle Prefecture. Dongli Chihuang has achieved nirvana and has a bright future. The superpowers of Shang Prefecture are trying to rope him in, hoping that he can help them in the future. Some experts guessed that the 8 superpowers of Shang Prefecture had come because of Dongli Qihuang's status as a Nirvana supremacy. The ancient heaven sect is dead for sure. Many of the top powers in the Great Will sect were secretly delighted at this moment. The younger disciples of the Great Will sect were even more excited. The 8 superpowers of Shang Prefecture had come to help, which was enough to easily annihilate the ancient heaven sect, the profound talisman sect, and the desolate country. Although Dongli Qihuang was surprised that the 8 superpowers of Shang Prefecture had come, he immediately smiled. In Tianhuang mainland, Dongli Qihuang had met Mu Jianchen and some of the younger generation of the various superpowers. The 8 superpowers of Shang Prefecture had come to the Great Will sect with so many experts and were rather polite. Naturally, they were here to help the Great Will sect. They could not be here to help Du Xiaofu. I didn't expect Sa Meng Sword sect and all of you to come. Many thanks. If I had known earlier, I would have welcomed you. Dongli Qihuang cupped his hands towards Mu Jianchen to express his gratitude. He felt even more confident in his heart. He was a supreme nirvana, Kyushu was shaken, and Shang Zhou came to court. How could Du Xiaofu compare to him? There's no need for that. Whether you welcome me or not won't change the outcome. Since the Great Luan sect has attacked the desolate country's world society, it means that they're going against the entire Shang state. The Shang state's purifying evil alliance has crossed the continent to massacre your Great Luan sect today. Before Dongli Qihuang could finish her words, Mu Jianchen's expression suddenly changed under the stunned gazes of the countless people in the surroundings who had yet to react. As soon as Mu Jianchen's voice faded, he turned around and no longer paid any attention to the stunned Eastern departing Crimson Phoenix. His figure descended from the air and landed beside Du Xiaofu. Without any scruples, he patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "I'm not late, am I?" There were too many people, so it was a little troublesome to pass through the wormhole. By the time everyone gathered, it took quite a bit of time. There were still many forces who were rushing over and were delayed in the wormhole. Calm words, calm expression, handsome face, spirited eyes, deep as the sea, these were the words that Mu Jianchen said while patting Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Sa Meng Sword sect has specially come to assist the desolate country's world society. Attacking the desolate country's world society means that you're going against the entire Shang state. Today, we're going to massacre the Great Luan sect. Hehuan School, Sun Moon sect, Dragon's Hui, Heavenly Star sect, Everclear Island, Wumi sect, Supporting Star sect, and Mount Jiuhua, have come to assist the desolate country's world society. Today, we're going to massacre the Great Luan sect. At the same time, among the people from the 8 superpowers in Shang state, there were experts and disciples who shouted in unison. Their voices shook the clouds. Dongli Qihuang's smile froze on his face. His gaze fiercely twitched. To him, this was heaven just a moment ago, but in an instant, he had fallen into hell. It was a slap in the face, a slap in the face. It was a resounding slap. At this moment, the faces of the Great Luan sect's disciples and experts were frozen in an extremely awkward state. They originally thought that Shang state had come to assist the Great Luan sect. Who knew that the entire Shang state had come to assist Du Xiaofu in massacring the Great Luan sect? What the hell is going on? The surrounding superpowers were also confused at this moment. This scene had changed too quickly. It was so fast that they couldn't recover from the shock for a moment. The 8 superpowers in Shang state had actually sent out an army of experts just to assist Du Xiaofu. Offending the desolate country was the same as offending the entire Shang state. How deep were their feelings for each other to be able to do this? Mu Jianchen seems to be taking liberties with Dongli Qihuang. Among the countless stunned gazes, there were some extraordinary people of the younger generation who were smacked their lips. No, this isn't taking liberties. Mu Jianchen is directly raping Dongli Qihuang. An extraordinary young fatty said. His eyes were shining with dazzling light. Poor Dongli Chi Huang. Mu Jianchen didn't even put him in his eyes. Taking liberties, this is blatant taking liberties. Among the crowd, there were people who felt indignant for Dongli Chi Huang. The 8 superpowers in Shang State have come to assist that guy. Sima Taxing, Nanli Hun, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Master Apothecary, Yi Wuming, and even Du Yunlong were all shocked. No one had expected the situation to change like this. The entire Shang State had actually come for that guy. No wonder that guy had full confidence in going to the Great Will sect. He had already secretly roped in the 8 superpowers in Shang State. It's alright, within the profound underworld sect's formation, many experts, including Ming Rongyin, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were originally opposed to the profound underworld sect sending out an army to assist the Demon King Du Xiaofu on the 8th of August. However, Ming Rongyin had the backing of the profound underworld sect's old ancestor. Under Ming Rongyin's insistence, they couldn't do anything. The old ancestor had already let Ming Rongyin make the decision. They didn't dare to disobey. When they saw that the 8 superpowers in Shang State had come, the entire profound underworld sect's experts trembled. They felt that the profound underworld sect would be implicated and fall into an irrecoverable situation. With the entire Shang State assisting the Great Will sect, the Desolate Country, and the Ancient Heaven sect, they wouldn't be able to resist. However, when they saw the change in the scene before them, their nervous hearts finally relaxed. They finally understood in their hearts that no wonder the Demon King Du Xiaofu dared to directly attack the Great Luan sect. It turned out that he had already secretly contacted the 8 great factions in Shangzhou. Shang State's Baiyun Valley is here to assist the Desolate Country. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded from afar. Shang State's Qi Yushan is here to assist the Desolate Country. Shang State's Fiery Sun Cave is here to assist the Desolate Country. In an instant, loud shouts resounded from afar. Groups of people filled the sky. All of them were absolute experts. The groups of people flew across the sky. The auras of martial honorables and 8-star spiritual talisman masters were everywhere. There were also quite a number of domain realm experts. Baiyun Valley, Fiery Sun Cave, and the others were the top superpowers in Shang State. At that moment, there were no less than 30 to 40 superpowers. All of them responded to the call and came to assist the Desolate Country. The entire Shang State is here. Oh my God, all of the experts in Shang State are here to assist the Desolate Country. The Demon King Du Xiaofu actually has such charisma. Everyone in the Great Will sect was shocked. Countless experts descended from the sky in front of the Great Will sect. At that moment, it wasn't just the 8 superpowers in Shang State. All of the experts in Shang State had come to the Great Will sect to assist the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Boom! The space trembled and the ground cracked. Many experts were enveloped in light and shone on the Great Will sect. The light was dazzling. There weren't many experts from the various superpowers in Shang State. There were only about 10,000 of them. However, the terrifying aura they emitted indicated that they were all elites. It could be said that any one of these people in Shang State was at least an emperor. However, all of them had come to assist the Desolate Country. Oh my God, how lucky is Du Xiaofu to be able to get the entire Shang State to assist him. Someone couldn't help but tremble and cry out in surprise. All the superpowers in Shang State are here to assist him. This Demon King Du Xiaofu is unprecedented. An elder sighed and his eyes flickered with excitement. Du Xiaofu looked around. Those who had arrived were all experts that he had met before in Shang Province. Apart from some martial domain realm experts, he had never met them before. 3 months ago, when he asked the Moon Shadow Hall to inform them to go to Shang State, Du Xiaofu only informed the Hehuan School and the Saman Sword sect. After all, he wasn't familiar with the other superpowers. However, Du Xiaofu didn't expect that the entire Shang State would come to help him. He had seen these superpowers in the sealed ancient land in Shang State. They remembered your kindness, so they crossed continents to come and help. Du Xiaofu felt warmth in his heart. Back then in the sealed ancient land in Shang State, he didn't risk his life for nothing. They didn't forget and came to repay him this time. Thank you for coming to help. Greetings to all the seniors. Du Xiaofu cupped his hands and thanked the experts of the various superpowers in Shang State for coming to help. Little friend, there's no need to be so polite. The entire Shang State is behind you. Do whatever you want. We will definitely lend you a hand. From the Saman sword sect, a white-haired elder walked out. He carried a sword on his back and his eyes flickered with sword radiance. The entire Shang State will help you wash the Great Will sect in blood. All the experts spoke, their voices shaking the clouds and deafening the ears. They were grateful for Du Xiaofu's help in the sealed ancient land. If it wasn't for Du Xiaofu, the entire Shang State would have been annihilated. They remembered his kindness and didn't forget it. This time, after receiving news from the Saman sword sect, they discussed and came to help. We have allies coming to help us. The armies of the Desolate Country, Ancient Heaven sect, and Profound Talisman sect could clearly hear the deafening shouts. Countless experts came to help the Desolate Country, causing the Desolate Country's World Assembly army to feel their blood boil. Their auras surged and their sharp auras became denser. Whoosh whoosh, in the air, there was another violent commotion. In the direction where the experts of Shang State came from, a large number of figures flew out again. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Auras filled the sky. Warships flew through the air with war chariots in front. Demonic beasts roared as millions of figures covered the sky like dark clouds. Which superpower is that? The expressions of the Great Will sect's experts changed. The commotion in front of them made them look at each other. Not long after, the millions of troops stopped outside the Great Will sect, facing the other armies. The Hehuan school of Shang State is here to wash the Great Will sect with blood. Hehuan school's disciples greet the sect's supervisor. The army stopped as some experts flew up to the Great Will sect. The millions of troops behind them shouted in unison. In the air, the warships, war chariots, and demonic beasts all knelt down to greet the sect's supervisor. The sound waves dispersed the clouds in the sky. Roar, 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 as the millions of voices filled the sky, in front of the Great Will sect, countless roars filled the sky. They exploded from all directions like endless thunder. Tianhuang Cliff, Tianhuang Leopard, leads the army to help the Desolate Country. Whoever dares to touch my brother, I will not let them go. Great Desolate North Pole Cabinet Ghost Chariot, leads the nine-headed Phoenix clan back to the Heavenly Beast Hall. Those who invade the Desolate Country will be killed without mercy. Beast Region Heavenly Tiger Mountain Spirit Fantasy Tiger King, leads the Tiger Clan back to the Heavenly Beast Hall. Those who invade the Desolate Country will be killed without mercy. Beast Region's Wild Forest Wild Bear King, leads the Bear Clan back to the Heavenly Beast Hall. Those who invade the Desolate Country will be killed without mercy. Beast Region's Winged Dragon King, leads the Flood Dragon Clan back to the Heavenly Beast Hall. Those who invade the Desolate Country will be killed without mercy. Chapter 1487. The Divine Ape King of the Beast Region Celestial Monkey Mountain has returned to the Heavenly Beast Hall with the Ape Clan. Those who invade my desolate country will be killed without mercy. The Beast Region's Chi Hongu, the Silver-Blooded Leopard King, has returned to the Heavenly Beast Hall with the Leopard Clan. Those who offend my desolate country will be killed without mercy. The Wind and Cloud Eagle King of the Beast Region's Astral Ridge has returned to the Heavenly Beast Hall with the Eagle Clan. Those who offend my desolate country will be killed without mercy. The Lightning Wolf King of the Beast Region's Desolate Plains has returned to the Heavenly Beast Hall with the Wolf Clan. Those who invade the desolate nation will be killed without mercy. Deafening roars and shouts resounded through the air like rolling thunder. In front of them, the ear-splitting roars of demonic beasts rose and fell one after another. Wave after wave of demonic beast armies appeared one after another. This monstrous beast army was no ordinary monstrous beast army. The nine-headed Phoenix clan of the Great Wasteland's North Pole Cabinet was a terrifying race. It was rumored that they were a powerful race that could directly contend against the dragons and phoenixes. The Tiger clan of the Heavenly Tiger Mountain of the Beast region was a terrifyingly large clan of Yao beasts. The bears of the wild forests of the Beast region weren't inferior to the tigers. There was also the Beast region's Flood Dragon clan and the Beast region's Celestial Monkey Mountains Ape clan. They were all incredibly powerful clans in the Beast region. Any of these demonic beasts had bloodlines that were at the top of the heavenly beast list. They were all powerful forces like Kyushu, and the ancient heavenly sect were deeply afraid of them. And now, dozens of such terrifying beasts had crossed continents from the Beast region to aid the desolate nation. What made the billions of people in the Great Will sect tremble the most was that these terrifying demonic beasts actually announced that they had returned to the Alpha Hall. This undoubtedly proved that they were the demonic beasts of the Heavenly Beast Hall. The Heavenly Beast Palace was no stranger to the people of the Central region. It was a terrifying demonic beast palace with Du Xiaofu as its palace master. Du Xiaofu looked up at the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. The Gui Che, the Phantom Tiger King, the Raging Bear King, and the others had finally joined the fray. Du Xiaofu could tell from the overwhelming presence that the Gui Che and the others had brought quite a few peak experts with them. In fact, there were clearly some beast domain experts among them. Heavens! Demon King Du Xiaofu is going to conquer the entire central continent. Nine-headed Phoenix clan, Tiger clan, Bear clan, Flood Dragon clan, Ape clan. Heavens, is this real? All the beasts of Tianhuang mainland are here. Who can tell me what's going on? The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, seems to be the supervisor of Hehuan School. Is this also true? On the Great Will sect, everyone was trembling in shock. Countless people were dumbstruck. That terrifying aura swept over, and even the domain realm experts present began to tremble. After all, even if the 8 great powers of Shangzhou had only sent 2 experts at the domain realm, and the other great powers had only sent 1 expert at the domain realm. So, there were over 60 experts at the domain realm. There was also the group of extremely ferocious beast domain experts from the beast domain. Even if each clan only sent 1 beast domain expert, that would still be 50 to 60 beast domain experts. In total, there were over 100 experts at the domain realm. In reality, the number of experts at the domain realm was only a conservative estimate. More than 100 domain experts gathered. What kind of lineup was this? It was absolutely terrifying. They are all our reinforcements. They are all here to help our desolate country. It seems like there are also beast domain experts from the Heavenly Beast Hall. They must be the beast domain experts that recently followed our Rock Emperor. At this moment, reinforcements from all directions had come for the desolate country's World Assembly. Many people in the desolate country's World Assembly army felt their blood boil. They couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. The disciples of the desolate country's World Assembly had never known that the desolate country's World Assembly had such a reputation. At this moment, reinforcements from all directions had come for the desolate country's World Assembly. This made them feel deeply proud and encouraged. A deep sense of belonging surged from the depths of their hearts. Whoosh whoosh. A figure descended from the sky. The first was a woman in a dark purple dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were clear and flowing with multicolored light. She was exceptionally enchanting and seductive. Her beauty was soul-stirring. Beside this enchanting woman was an extremely beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 30s, but she looked extremely young. She wore a white dress and had a thin layer of makeup on her face. The tip of her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were filled with lust. Her watery eyes looked as if they were about to drip water. She had a faint smile that was enough to move the hearts of all men in the world. She was alluring. Beside this alluring woman, there was another woman with ink-like eyebrows and cherry-like lips. She was as beautiful as the autumn waters. The woman's silky hair was tied with a pale yellow ribbon. Her silky hair hung down to her waist. Her slender waist was so small that one could barely grasp it. Her temperament was ethereal and elegant. These three women were extremely seductive. At this moment, there were many experts with powerful auras following behind them. Du Xiaofu naturally knew these people. The three women at the front were Su Muxin, Tang Meiling, and Ji Jian. The three of them led the experts from Hehuan School and the army to the Great Luan sect. When they saw Su Muxin, Tang Meiling, and Ji Jian, especially when they looked at Su Muxin, her enchanting beauty moved Yangshuang and Yi Zijin. Even Phantom and Du Xiaoqing were stunned by her beauty. In mid-air, Su Muxin landed beside Du Xiaofu. Her purple dress fluttered slightly, and her body was wrapped in multicolored light. Her every movement exuded a noble and dignified aura. She opened her red lips slightly and said in a heavenly voice, "The Hehuan School is behind you. We will advance and retreat together." Du Xiaofu looked at the enchanting yet dignified and noble woman in front of him and nodded slightly. He stomped his foot on the ground and a golden light flashed. He leaped into the air and waved his purple robe. He said to the Hehuan School army, "At ease." "Thank you, sect supervisor." Millions of Hehuan School disciples stood up with reverence in their eyes. Their voices were loud. "Brother Xiaofu, Tianhuang continent awaits your orders." The Desolation Leopard led the army of savage beasts from Tianhuang continent. Several experts from the army landed. Their auras were shocking and froze the void. "Thank you, Commander." Du Xiaofu smiled. The vast army of savage beasts was still gathering. How shocking was that? Father. Godfather. Blue Fantasy and Scarlet Rock leaped into the air and arrived beside the Desolation Leopard. "Greetings, Hall Master." In the air, figures with ferocious auras that caused the Great Luan sect to tremble descended. They were Gue Che, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing Ying, Space-Rending Demon Blade Falcon, Divine Ape King, and Fire Drake King. They had rushed to the Great Luan sect and even brought many experts from their respective races to help. One could imagine how majestic they were. Without a doubt, they were much more majestic than the reinforcements from the entire Shang state. The ferocious and domineering aura of the top beasts was even more shocking. It made one's hair stand on end and their souls feel uneasy. "Rise!" Du Xiaofu waved his sleeves and stood in the air. The army of demonic beasts behind him stood together. They were domineering as they looked disdainfully in all directions. Gue Che, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and other terrifying existences exuded an ancient ferocious aura. The army of demonic beasts in the Heavenly Beast Hall and many of the demonic beast mounts of the various factions wanted to prostrate themselves. Gu Gu, someone in the profound underworld sect's lineup sucked in a breath of cold air. As he looked at the lineup that had gathered around Du Xiaofu, he swallowed his saliva. Then, many of the Stygian sect's experts turned to look at the Stygian sect. A thought suddenly appeared in their minds. No wonder the old ancestor only gave the sect master to Ming Rongyin. This kid definitely had foresight and courage. The Great Luan sect is finished. I'm afraid this time, the Great Luan sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake sect are all finished. The various factions that had retreated to the side were all dumbfounded. Some of the elders were so shocked that they couldn't retract their jaws for a long time. There were also people who felt their bodies go limp under the terrifying aura. At this moment, the Great Luan sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake sect's lineup, as well as the various factions that had followed them, felt as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. They could only watch helplessly as waves of terrifying forces came together. The arrival of those terrifying auras was enough to make one's heart tremble in fear. There was also the army of demonic beasts from the beast region. Those were dozens of powerful races from the beast region. Even the ferocious army of the savage beasts from the Tianhuang continent had come. For the Sky Alliance of the Central Plains, it was difficult to even have the heart to resist. What should we do? We've been surrounded. There's so many demonic beasts. It's too scary. There's no way to deal with it. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of soldiers in the Sky Alliance of the Central Plains outside the Great Luan sect were even more terrified. Originally, the Sky Alliance of the Central Plains had 3 times the number of soldiers compared to the desolate country's world society. However, all of a sudden, the hundreds of millions of soldiers in the Sky Alliance of the Central Plains were faced with the reinforcements from the desolate country and the powerful demonic beasts that blotted out the sky. Under the ferocious and peerless aura, the hundreds of millions of soldiers in the Sky Alliance of the Central Plains trembled. Their souls felt uneasy. Not good. This is really not good. The experts of the Sky Snake Sect and Spirit Sky Valley approached Dongli Chihuang with extremely grave expressions. The faces of Snake Dragon Duan and Enlingya darkened. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. At this moment, facing the entire Shang province, as well as the dozens of powerful Yao clans on the Heavenly Beast ranking from the Beast region, even the conceited Heavenly Snake Sect and Spirit Sky Valley couldn't be arrogant anymore. At this moment, Qing Chao's body was trembling. He felt like he was going to collapse. His body was going soft. This was definitely not the result he had imagined. Qing Xingnan looked at the sky ahead. She looked at the violet-robed young man who stood proudly on the Great Will sect and looked down upon the surroundings. Behind him was a group that was terrifying like a legend. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable fluctuations. The corners of Dongli Chihuang's eyes twitched violently. The corners of his mouth also twitched. It seemed like he was injured. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.